was invited. He talked. Nyamodo was also invited. These are separate, series, spaces that I held, and he talked. I remember there was another one person that was invited. I can't remember his name anymore. And one of the things I took away from that particular space is that the idea to, push Peter Obi was a deliberate attempt by all the, sociocultural groups within Nigeria who felt that, a great injustice had been done to the people of the Southeast since the dispensation started, and that it was actually, the return of democracy, sorry, and that it was actually right for them to push a Southeastern candidate, but not just any Southeastern candidate, a credible Southeastern candidate, so to say. So that was deliberate. I'm not gonna lie, and then they all came together. I think it was only the Arewas that were not on board, if I'm not mistaken. The Arewa people were not on board, but I know that the John Nation was on board. The Igbo was on board, and they all came together and decided to push Peter Obi, but a credible leader. That is what Adeban just said. So that said, let me also put it here that besides this, in fact, this thing happened in the background. A lot of us did not know that these things transpired, that these people had this, collaboration and meetings over time. I think this thing started in 2021. Sorry, in 2020. If I remember very vividly what Aya just said, the deliberation, the meetings and everything started in 2020. And then I remember, I think it was Sidrin Clark who said in one of the spaces that they deliberately, asked Ohaneze to stand back how things will unfold, because understanding the dynamics of the country we live in, and the kind of stigma that has been placed on the average average Igbo person, that if an Ohaneze starts, with the, agitation for a Southeastern president, it wasn't going to be very much viable because people would target and even gain traction. So they had actually informed. I'm not. I think some of you remember this guy saying this. Yeah, understand. So that was why when they had the, the first 1 million man march in Nasarawa State, a lot that was just a random, statement that was made, traction in the middle belt. That was why that 1 million man march occurred. And then it started spreading to other parts of Nigeria. Anyway, let me not bore you guys. That is one aspect of this discussion. But the other aspect of this discussion is this, and I'm getting to the Kukwe, is this. All these things happened in the background. Many Nigerians did not know about this particular, plan by the sociocultural, groups in Nigeria to push Peter Obi. Now, this country, many of you may not have remembered, but that youth clamor started after the killings that happens in SARS. A lot of young Nigerians are broken. They saw hopelessness, lack of leadership. There was a vacuum in leadership because they no longer believed in the current government of Buhari then, right? And the APC as a party. So there was this, this subtle clamor for a new leader. And each time the buck keep landing on Peter Obi. And that was when at the end of the day, people went to, the PDP Wadata House in Abuja to clamor before that primary that they should, allow that primary to be free and fair, and also, find a way to propel up. I already lost, hope and interest in the leadership of Atiku as of then, but felt like P2B was just a glimmer of light within, an eternal sea of darkness. And then that was it. And then PDP did what it did. There was tacit support for a Southeastern president to emerge in Nigeria in the spirit of, the unity of the country. And then we had a Yaradua, a Northerner. We had Jonathan, a Southern person, and then we're going back to a Yoruba person. So we went to Buhari and a Northerner, and we're going back to a Yoruba person. You understand? I felt like it was an injustice. It's basically as if Nigeria is ignoring the existence of the Igbos. They are not there. They are invisible. You cannot see them. But in every facet of life and human endeavor in Nigeria, you will see the Igbo person, right? That aside, I find it extremely surprising that though Kukwe will now come and make such a statement. First of all, I feel like it is extremely disingenuous for somebody to make a tweet and you that claim to be a national leader, what you are focusing on is the name of the person that made the tweet and not the message the person was trying to pass to you. That already shows me that something is wrong somewhere. There's already a bias. You are already looking out for a reason to discredit whatever the person has said. Though Kube cannot come and tell me. See, if somebody, and this is fine, let me say this. This is one thing I have come to realize about APC people, first of all, and to a larger degree, other people from this country. When people make tweets on this app, the first attention is to the name of the person that made the tweet. Now, based on the perceived, origin or affiliation of the person that made the tweet, you can now go ahead to discredit or accept the tweet. So you find people tending to, agree with tweets from people that share the same names, the same ethnicity with them, and then disagreeing with tweets, of people that don't share them. And I noticed that this is very, very common with the APC. I've seen multiple times where people come and tell you, I beg, go and see that your opinion no matter. You are not even a Nigerian. You are a Biafran. Yeah. The message being passed in that tweet, you have been discredited. Nothing you say is of any value anymore. And I find it very, very, surprising that somebody like Doyin Okupe has this kind of behavior imbibed in him. And again, let me say this. We are on a social media platform. If there's one thing I've come to realize over the years is that when people are trying to push an agenda or narrative, they will go to any length to ensure that they push that point. If you look at something like, how will I put it? People will go and then create accounts, call it, several names, or assume personas that are actually different from that which they actually are in real life. So how did Doyin Okupe get to the conclusion that every single person who was insulting him, we are all from the Southeast? That is wickedness. That is being just simply insidious. Why take an argument to this point? Is this a cop-out card? I find it extremely disingenuous coming from Doyin Okupe. And honestly speaking, I want to say this. I know P2B cannot hear me. Going forward, please vet the people around you. Vet the people around you so that when things start happening, we can actually know who are the ones who are responsible. Because with all I'm seeing right now, people like Doyin Okupe, how quickly these people switched. People like Reno Omokri, who insults Peter Obi on a daily. People like Boala Daniel. I'm beginning to ask myself, were these people not moles? We saw what happened, within the Lagos LP before the elections. The I think it was the chairman or something was supposed to be an LP member, but the wife was a staunch APC member who continuously insulted Nigerians, endorsed Tinubu, and employed ethnic and tribal rhetorics. And the husband was supposed to be the leader of the Labour Party in Lagos State. I remember the guy being asked this question: why are you the leader of the Labour Party and your wife is a hardcore, ethnocentric APC member? And what he said after the elections, I'm beginning to ask myself, was Peter Obi sabotaged? Was Peter Obi sabotaged? You understand? Because I'm beginning to question the kind of advice they may have given this man. The lies they may have told him. Look at doing this man was one of the first people I noticed around Peter Obi to early 2022, early to mid 2022. But look at the kind of tweet that Doyin Okupe is making. And these are supposed to. Are we not doomed in this country as a people? If a leader, someone who has played national politics, someone who was with Gage and understood what the government of national unity is like, can come up and do this kind of a thing. Look at that tweet. What does it tell you? We are in deep shape in this country. We are seriously in deep need to put the Southeast out there. Was it necessary? Can't you make your point without throwing people under the bus? But I love what is happening under that comment. I love what is happening. Nigerians from all walks of life are telling him, no, it's not the Southeasterners that are insulting you. It is also we from other parts of Nigeria that are insulting you. And it's very, very painful to know that Nigerian leaders, rather than take corrections or do better, will pivot to this ethnic, dog whistling. Man, this is terrible, bro. This is terrible. I'm very surprised. I didn't know that Doyin Okubo was going to go to this level. Honestly, I didn't know. I'm surprised to see what is happening in this country. How do we move forward as a people with this kind of mindset? Is this what it takes for you to be able to support the APC these days? Be on couch, no menace, no idea how to talk. A leader will open mouth. Wow. Look at what somebody is tweeting. 70-something-year-old man. And is this how you want to leave this world? I'm really surprised in doing Okupe, honestly. I'm seriously surprised. This was a very unnecessary tweet, but let me just move the mic forward. Please, Auntie Kechi, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you so much. And happy Father's Day to all the men here, whether you're a father, a potential father. Happy Father's Day. I hope you guys enjoy your day. Pamper yourself a little, and just relax. Wahala no dey finish. I'm so glad when I saw this space grant, I joined that man. I don't know what is going on. There is something going on with him. How can a man of nearly 70 years, or I don't know if it's more than that, whatever his age is a grown ass man. How on earth can how more low can he go? It was strange that he had to throw Peter Obi on the bus in the interview and some of the other things he did lately. People like me just ignored it, like, oh well, whatever. It's what it is. But he's raving mad at the moment. He's tweeting like every hour, if or maybe less than that. And everything he's tweeting, you can see that there's an intention to aggravate. There's an intention to annoy a certain people with his tweets. which is the Igbo people. And what is getting me so mad at this, now is, why is it always the Igbos that everybody wants to pick on? What have we done to Doyin Kupe, whatever? What have we done to him at this time? So you were asking if P2B was sabotaged. Is it not obvious that P2B was sabotaged? Because how can you support somebody this morning and you were the campaign leader or whatever he was? I don't know what position he held, but we all, I remember even uh, commenting on one of the posts. I don't know whether if it was his own post or someone else's post, and was like telling, "Oh, God will bless you." I just felt so good with what he was doing, the support we all felt he was giving P2B and everybody working together for a new Nigeria, not knowing that this man is a green snake, in a green grass. Because how can you just change all of a sudden? And okay, you can do your change in peace. Nobody really cares. Well, I don't care. Whoever he wants to support, he's old enough to make his own decisions. But why are you dragging Igbo people into it? Oh, that you supported P2B because of Southeast presidency, blah, 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 bullshit, which he knows is not true. P2B, he wasn't standing for Southeast people. Neither was he standing for Igbo people. He stood as a candidate of the Labour Party. So anybody that supported him on that premise. It has nothing to do with Igbo people. A lot of Igbo people did not support P2B. So why are they dragging Igbo people up and down? And why is this Kupe man? What on earth has Tinubu and APC given to him? So it's very, before now, people just instigate that, oh, APC has an agenda with the Igbo people. Once you hate Igbo people, then APC must be in love with you. So they all belong to this WhatsApp group where the sole aim is to make sure that you do everything to talk against the Igbos and to bring the Igbo people down. Once that tribal sentiments is thrown, then everywhere will be in chaos. And that is exactly the game they are playing. And it's a shame to see a man like Doyin Okupe join that league shamelessly. Later now they go say young people they insult them, or say Igbo people they insult them. Why will you not be insulted when you do not respect yourself? He can support Tini, and honestly, I don't care. Whoever he supports is his prerogative. But leave Igbo people out of it. We haven't done anything to you. Neither have you done anything for us. Oh, that he went with Ojukwu. Just imagine the nonsense he's been tweeting like a madman. That he went to Ojukwu in Kano, wherever, when he made his famous speech about getting one across the Niger. And what does that have to do with anything? Why are you throwing Ojukwu into it? Honestly, I was so annoyed this morning because I was so busy yesterday. I wasn't so much on Twitter. It's this morning that I started seeing all the tweets that he's done like 18 hours ago and stuff like that. And I'm like, what is going on? Huh? Grandma, make I leave the mic for other people for now.
Thank
Thank
you,
you for the
Nkechi. Thank
shade.
you.
It's
Thank
a
you.
very good athlete. At least make I come vent small.
All right.
Oh.
Thank you, my sister. I have many requests. So please, if you don't mind, if you speak, I'll take you down because so many people are requesting. So
Yeah,
thank you very
sure,
much. Yeah.
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let me move the mic forward. Please, I think the next person to go is GR. Okay, GRVPR, you're already a co-host now, so you don't need to speak now. Let me just move it forward very quickly. Let me allow non-conformists go, then after that, Harry, and then we can go to God is Love and then General Snow. So yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Grant, my guy, I greet you. Uh, see, I don't know why.
Before you go on non-conforming, I can't bring anybody up. Please, GRVPR, see if you can bring people up, or Meta, please.
Yeah, I am doing that already. Yeah.
Okay. I bet bring
All
more
right,
green up, Malam more green. I bet I want to hear from him. Thank you.
Yeah,
all right,
after maybe there's no space now. Let after one person finish.
okay. Grandmaster, I don't know why you say you are surprised. Doing your Okukwe tweeted what he tweeted. Um, I was not. In fact, I've been shocked that he has not started doing it because I said it on one space. I can't even remember what space. I said that this one that doing your cook has not started attacking Igbos. I'm wondering why. See, we all know what the APC stands for. We all know. I personally, I always say this thing that I know the kind of politics Bola Tinubu plays. So that is why when he goes to the gutters and the people are saying, he shouldn't have. You people, see, I see, sometimes, like I keep saying, I am angry that I know this much about him because it makes me loathe him even more and more. This, see, Bola Tinubu thrives on tribal politics. That is who he is. That is what he stands for. And that's, he knows that in Nigeria it is a very strong sentiment when it comes to tribe. And he plays on it. He capitalizes on it. He uses it. And he does it. So if you think that that tweet by Donyo Kupe yesterday was not calculated, was not a directive given to him, then maybe we need to start reevaluating our understanding of who Tinubu is. Do not, you don't have to be so, don't be surprised. That is just the point I'm trying to make. Don't be surprised because that is who Tinubu is. That is his style of politics. So that's why when these things happen, I don't exactly want us to get upset about it. I don't want us to be worried about it because he did it in Lagos. Go and check anybody who contests against his candidates. You are tagged an Igbo person. Just go and check it. It is there. The records are there up till last year. It is there. That is his style of politics. And I'm telling you, they know that the only thing that makes Tinubu's 2027 presidency shake, the only thing is Peter Obi. See, they have literally forgotten about Atiku because Atiku has been dealt with. You see that Wike is the Trojan horse in the PDP that Tinubu is using to keep Atiku down. So for 2027, Atiku should not even bother running because that has been done. The PDP governors, as I'm speaking to you, are all under Wike's thumbs. And the PDP guys know it. Whenever you see what they are doing in those states today, they're not saying Atiku should come and support Aswe Igodalo. You understand? They are all shouting Peter Obi, Vice Peter Obi supporting the equity and blah, blah, blah. Atiku has been rendered invalid in Nigerian politics. 2027, you will see it, and all of us will see that. So back to what we're talking about. I'm just trying to make you understand how Bola Tinubu does his politics. I just want you to understand that he's an ethnic jingoist, and that is how he does his thing. So what Doyin Okupe is tweeting, don't be shocked, don't be surprised, please. I am just saying, let it not make you. There's nothing new about what he has done because most of them have done it. Rino Omokri has done it. Boala has done it. All these guys he uses have done it. That clown that bought an SDP ticket that says is one clown that is Tinubu's boy that was the presidential candidate of the SDP. He did it. This is just who he is. So please, I don't think it's something we need to be upset about. Yes, we'll talk about it, right? But don't be okay, I'm not saying don't be upset, but I'm just saying don't be surprised because this is who he is. And honestly, me, I know the guy so well that I'm even shocked this is coming so late. So that's it for me, my brother, for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, non-conformists. Please, to those who are requesting, please just bear with me. Creating spaces one after the other. Before you go down, non-conformists, please make a note. I wanted to ask you a question, but maybe I may be able to ask my two co-hosts because I wanted to ask you non-conformists because I know you're from the both side of the divide, right? You have said it here multiple times that you are both, Yoruba and Igbo. But let me ask my, brothers who are co-hosting with me, Meta and JRV, or maybe other people who are not Igbo. I want to understand, is there like any stigma from your own perspective, you know, or what is it about people to always, because from that tweet, what I understand is that, you know, he is kind of like play on a stigma, you know, that the people who are insulting him are all from a particular part of the country. What makes, my question to you, maybe Meta or JRVPR, okay, not conformist, thank you, you're back. What makes politicians always use the Southeasterners or the Igbos as a form of a talking point or a way to propagate or to preach to their own people that CEO, you know, uh, you should stay away? Because he talked about Lagos State. I witnessed it multiple times where whenever an opposition force rises up against Tinubu, you will see things like, something Chinedu, you understand, then the last name. The same thing was done to GRV, right? Why is it that they, okay, why don't they use, let's say, an Ibibio name? Why don't they use an English name? Why don't they use a Kanuri name? Why do they always return back to the name Igbo? Is it that there's something inherently, scary about the Igbos that they always try to project or make people, appeal to people and say, see, these people, avoid them? Please, I don't understand that strategy and that tactic. And it has baffled me all along. Please, non conformist, if you can just add to it, or maybe my co-host can add to it, and then we can move on. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let me just quickly say so that I'll Grandmaster, I will tell you what it is. You see that civil war. mm, Some people in their heads still feel like Igbos are, because if you look at it, after the three major tribes or the three major ethnicities in Nigeria are the Yorubas. Sorry, baby. Sorry, guys. Are the Yorubas, the Hausas, and then the Igbos are the Hausa Fulani as we have it today, and then the Igbos. And then if you look at this whole APC thing, you will know that the ethnic divide does not exactly pander to whatever they stand for in the APC is the Southeast. So that is why you see that narrative of there's this, they fought a war, they want to leave Nigeria, IPOB, so they want it to be a stigma, and then for one crazy reason the Igbos have refused to accept it, that no, we are we are Nigerians, they're not born in our well, to put us down. Because trust me, the last defense of the rest of Nigeria, I won't lie to you, is the Igbos. Because imagine what is happening today. So when he talked about a stigma, yes, that is what they are trying to do. That is what he believes he can do, paint Igbos as quote and unquote the renegades of Nigeria, the guys who have fought a war against the country, the guys who do not believe Nigeria is one, the guys who would just not keep quiet and let everything happen because they are also a major, because of the numbers they also have and how far they've spread across the country, So if it's just like saying you're bidding for a contract and then the three major contenders with you, what would you do? You may not do it professionally. You're not supposed to go on newspapers and castigate your competitors, right? But what will you do underground? You sponsor a couple of people to do this, to do that against you, so that increases your chances. And only for those who play dirty things to win contracts, and that's just the analogy I want to give to it. So there's personally in my own life, I do not experience any. When I go to my mom's place, there's nothing like that. Like I said, my mom is from Ekiti State. There's nothing like that. When I'm in my father's place, nobody says because your mom is Yoruba, you cannot do this and do that and all of that. So it is just, I think it's just within the political class. They just see it as something they can play with, and then you have crazy people who are there to push this. That's why when you're talking to somebody, the next thing they tell you, Ojuku descendant. But then, if to be honest, when you juxtapose the life of Ojukwu and juxtapose the life of Awolowo, that many of them, there are so many things we'll talk about today that will not live here, but my brother,
Let's
It's
leave that
just what it
discussion.
is.
Let's
Yeah,
just
thank
leave
you.
that discussion, my brother. Let's go to doing Okukwe because we're surprised, but it's okay. So everyone who's requesting, please bear with me, bear with us. We are bringing you up, please. So please, what we'll do is that when somebody speaks, we have to take the person down, and then we'll bring up a new person. So my co-host, please jump in whenever you want to. Please just jump in if you want to now, Seth. So that we can.
Pastor, good morning to you. Thanks for giving me the mic to speak. Good morning, GRV Prince. Good morning to everybody here. Okay, let me try to answer this question that you raised, Grandmaster. You know, in my own view, or from my own view, I beg your pardon, from my own view. How many of us was not brainwashed in Nigeria? I'd like to see somebody that would come up and say, I was not brainwashed in Nigeria. And everything that I was told in Nigeria, I found out that it was true. You know, because I was raised in Nigeria, and I like to say that I was brainwashed. And one of the lies they told us as kids growing up was that the Igbos were the enemies of Nigeria. When they speak about the Biafra war, they say the Igbos were enemies of Nigeria. And that social engineering has, you know, rooted itself in the Nigeria psyche, even till today. Those people that were peddling those nonsense did not know the damage they were causing to the Nigeria psyche, and that has rooted itself in Nigeria till today. So to answer your question, Grandmaster, it's easy for politicians to use that, you know, to deceive the mass because there's already a rooted idea that Igbos are the, you know, we all were raised, you know, with this. You know, we all were raised with this, and it's rather unfortunate. But you see, gladly, most of us are, you know, more enlightened now, more educated. We've been able to, you know, put the dots together and find out that unfortunately, most of our elite class are just a bunch of bollocks makers. Okay, and everything that they have told us from childhood growing up is just a pack of lies. Okay, so look, the truth here is this. The reasons why the Igbos are basically demonized, and I will say this going straight back to the beginning of Nigeria. The Igbos have been demonized from the beginning of Nigeria because of the way they related with the colonial imperialists. Okay, and it has always been like that. Some people like to say that, well, why do I think like this? Look, let me just quickly break down my own family, you know, lineage from Nigeria. Maybe because my mom is Benin, because my mom is from Benin, my mom is from Edo. My dad is 100% Yoruba from Ondo State. You know, maybe because I have a little bit of blood from Edo State, so that's why I don't particularly agree with some of my kin folks in some of the views that they carry about. So maybe I don't know, but
No, but Meta, even if you go under this doing Okukwe tweets, you will see scores of Yorubas calling him
Is it
out
just
and
me?
telling me you are wrong, sir. This
no,
is
and
not a way to tweet as a leader, as a politician.
yes, and I'm speaking about my Runu brothers, my Runu brothers, my APC Runu brothers. That I'm always, you know, at war with them. I was in that spaces that were World War III. They're always fighting. I mean, I love to go to my Runu brothers because they're my brothers. They're all Yoruba people, but I don't agree with most, if not all, of the things that they say there about politics. Okay, but the point I wanted to make on Doyin Okupe is, if 2023 election have not told Nigerians that most of the things that we were raised to believe are lies, I'm sorry, but you are slow. 2023 election has brought out Nigeria skeleton and bone to everybody. If you haven't figured out anything yet, you are really slow. One of the things I've figured out is that Nigeria is a big, fat lie. Okay? And in fact, we have been rigged. And the only thing that will change Nigeria right now is in the people's hand. And I'm not just talking about the obedient, the whole of Nigerian people. Our elites, most if not all of them, have been bought off. Nigeria came to this pass because of them. We can understand why Nigeria after 63 odd years remains like this. Now we can see why. It's all these our elites, and I mean every, if not all of them. Let me end by saying this, so that the mic goes around. I remember what my dad told me in the barracks one day. My dad, shortly after the military coup in 1990, that they were trying to overthrow IBB, shortly after before this even happened, my dad came back to tell us that, well, look, he had to disappear because if he hears about this, then he has to be part and he has to run. I don't know. The people that is the circle of government elite that survive into the next 30 years are those that have compromised. The ones that will not compromise will disappear like I disappeared. My dad disappeared for a couple of days. But we wondered, where's my dad? Where's my dad? He usually comes back home. He's not at home. He just disappeared. And shortly after the coup quelled down, he reappeared again. And he said he had to disappear because if he hears about it, he must be a part of it. That's the military code. If you hear about something, you are a part of it. You cannot say no. So he had to disappear. He said, look, those that disappear away from Nigeria's scene did not compromise their stand, but those that remain compromise their stand. And that is true about Nigeria. Look at all our elite. Today, they are all compromisers. Even the Donyo Okupe. By his text there, it has already told me that he has compromised. Perhaps he has even compromised before he even left that position he had. So look, I'm not surprised. The 2023 election have told us, look at Wole Soyinka. All these people that we grew up revering and respecting, look at all of them have disappointed us. They've all disappointed us. And what I've told me as a young Nigerian is that in fact, if not all our elites, they were all compromised. And Nigeria is what it is today because we had this kind of people at the helm of our government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Meta, for that. I think Harry was supposed to go now, but Harry has left. So, and General Snow has also Snow has left. So let me go to God's love. You have been here since the onset. Please go ahead, my brother. You have the mic. Just keep it at 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think one thing that I want to say with my own little knowledge is just like what the last speaker just said. What I have observed over time is that the so-called fight for democracy, to me, my own interpretation, have not been sincere from the beginning, from my own observation, and that is this that happened is the manifestation of what we see today. For example, I now begin to ask myself, based on what people space of late, what has been the complaint against Abacha, for example? No. Abacha also had wanted to off his uniform and put on Agbada and run the leader. So what was wrong with that? We see today, if we consider it, place it side by side with what Abacha wanted to do, to off his uniform and become a civil president. What is the difference? Now, okay, if they were sincere with what all the fight about democracy, if all from the bottom of their hearts, then why can they be easily bought over or compromised if they have been sincere from the beginning? That is a conclusion and observation that all along, democracy is just on the lips, is never in their hearts. That's what I see. And then these, most of them, if you can lazy people that have no other means of, livelihood except to come and just manipulate, the people and then have their way and then cut their own side of the cake and then find their level. To me, I have observed because there is no other interpretation. Tribalism, all this, what I want to beg.
Yeah, I think we lost God is love. God is love. Your mic is very bad. We have lost you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Hello, God is love. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, just round up in 1 minute.
So now one thing is up, and the leadership I've had, I have stayed in boarding schools. I've interacted with all the tribes. I had a very tough childhood economically, and that has given me the opportunity to also the tribes in Nigeria, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and they are wonderful people. So nothing will make me to blanket, a tribe as everyone from that part. And I know the politicians are not sincere, just like most of the speakers have spoken. Compromised, touch on the opportunity, make politics so bad that the reasonable people ran away and then they just, took the advantage. So that can never make, whatever they say will never make me to blanket anyone. And
Okay, just round up
okay,
in 10
maybe it's my
seconds. Thank you.
network. All right, so I just want to encourage everyone, let us keep the faith. There is no blanketing of tribes on the street. What the politicians are saying does not exist on the street. So let us just assume that these guys are just for their stomach, and then let us continue to encourage each other. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you,
Thank you very
everyone.
much. Thank you very much.
Much.
Thank you very much, God is love. You see, I want to also, and then, finding out that a lot of people actually mingle with themselves in real life, and that what the kind of narrative they push on this social media is not usually obtainable. That is true to a certain degree. And I'll give you an example. I also went to boarding school in Lagos. You understand? And many of the guys that I went to boarding school with in Lagos, we are Yorubas. Still friends. And I'll tell you that when I went to what do you call it, obedient rally that was conducted in Munich, sometimes in January, where I met Oakena and Williams. Oakena will remember the question I asked him when I got there. When I got there, I realized that about 80 to 90%, Chris, what's his name again? Chris Dalisujami was also there. 80 to 90% of the people that I met there were from Edo State. If Oakena is here, he will remember that I asked him, why is it that almost everyone here is from Edo State? Where are the Igbo people? Williams will also attest to this, that I asked him this question. And I remember the answer that William gave me. I was a little bit shocked. I asked him, where are the Igbos in your city? Are they not interested in this rally? And 80% of them, 90% of them, we are all Edo State people. I am not kidding you because I asked them, or if he's here, he will actually attest what I'm saying. You understand? So, seeing all these things, I want to understand where somebody like Doyin Okupe, who should have known better, who was with Peter Obi throughout the campaign, how he will come to descend this low to make this kind of tweet. It is low, and the fact that this 21 hours after this tweet is still standing, Doyin Okupe doesn't see anything wrong in this tweet. It is wrong. Even when many people are under your tweet telling you, both PDP members, even APC members, I saw them telling you, no, this is not okay. How do you gauge who is from the southeast on this app and who is not? So when somebody tweets something, instead of you to look at the content of that tweet, the first thing you did was to go and then check the name of the person. So Doyin Okukwe must have been doing this, probably has taken a mental estimate of maybe 30, 40 people that tweeted against him, and then saw that their name probably was sounding southeastern, and then decided that those that were attacking him are only southeasterners. And it is wrong. This is not the first time I'm seeing this type of narrative from people. It is wrong. Nigerians are the ones attacking you. This tactic of always trying to isolate a different part of the country and act as if they are the ones who are always, the attack dog aggressive, and the rest of the country is living in kumbaya, in harmony and everything. It is wrong. Nigeria is bad, and it is seriously bad. And if Nigerians are coming out to call you out, I'm telling you that it is wrong for you to start twerking and dancing for a government that is destroying this country as we speak. Do not sectionalize it. Do not create a sectarian narrative that, it is only people from this part. It is an us against them type of mentality. Who is this message supposed to be for? I don't get it, man. I beg, let's move the mic forward, Jare. I beg, let me hear from, please, to those who are here, allow me to go to a lady, make her no verse. Let me allow Precious to go, and then we'll return back to it. Okay, sorry, Rachi, you're a girl, Abi. Okay, Rachi is a girl. Please, Rachi, go ahead. Precious, just hold on one moment, please. Rachi is a girl. Let her go after that, you go, and then we'll go back to our fellow guys. Please, Rachi, go ahead. Okay, Rachi is not there. Then Precious, you go ahead, and then after that, go to
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, welcome.
She have to speak pidgin English. At least those of us who not go school.
And I don't be Nigerian. If my sister carry Gajari, you don't be anything you understand.
Now,
That?
Benin spirit now. Edo spirit.
Now Google Kida doing Ogun. See, I might tell you something. These people are saboteurs, and they've been there. Do you understand? This whole disappointment people are coming to show, just they pain me. Una not know who they be. Saboteurs. People where they're supposed to use code wipe for neck where sit down today. He has this done with his work. He's going back to his paymasters. However it seems. That's just what's happening. Wait till you can do for you, don't do and finish, they go back. But you see these people that don't mean well for Nigeria, they're not that better. Even if they're dead, they turn for grave. Because how do you now go back? Look at him tweeting, you people want me to bring down a man unjustly. No, justly go kill him. Because is Nigeria getting better? Let's assume that they stole the mandate and then Nigeria is getting better. And we are so aggrieved that we refuse to see it. Then his tweet would make sense to me. Nigeria is getting worse. Even the poor man's food is now so expensive. The poor man's food is now for the elites. And someone like Doyin will come out at this time to want to gaslight and put it on the southeast because they know once they mention Igbo people, now Igbo people go kill them. Now the Ogunwe Igbo people, they serve go kill them. Because once they mention Igbo people, everybody, all their ears go stand like crickets. Just mention Igbo anywhere. Be on the opposite side of an Igbo man, and you see these bigots, these snitches, you see them clap for you. That's what he has done. So this whole disappointment we are coming to show, don't be disappointed. It's politics. It's politics for them. It was politics for him. That's why he said, I'm a nationalist. I supported the Southerner. God, thank God the Southerner took over. Took over what? A Southerner rigged. Look at the U-turn. Is it not too sharp? And then we are coming to act surprised. No, he surprised himself. So I'm gonna be at the background listening to everything you are saying, but nobody should be so disappointed at doing. Oh, you are surprised. In the next 6 months, that tweet will be there because it's a neat tweet. I beg. Today not something. Now we're done.
Thank you very much, Precious. Thank you very much. Honestly, it's heartbreaking, what these people are doing to people.
Look at look at what's happening. Look at what's happening in the country. Look at Doyin that everybody thought was a messiah. Kai, Nigeria cannot get better.
Honestly, I remember when I saw Doyin, I used to praise this man. I was saying that, I don't understand. Okay, look at somebody like what's his name? Renu Omokri. You understand? Look at Renu Omokri. Like, I find it very weird how quickly these people go back on their words. This same person was a couple of years back telling the whole world that Nigeria needs a man like Peter Obi. Today, Renu Omokri has already made it his daily what do you call it call to tear down Peter Obi and the Southeasterners. In fact, I was listening to my sister. Sorry, Meta, you go now. My sister used to be a very avid follower of what's his name, Reno Omokri, because of his daily nuggets. You understand? When Reno Omokri started moving mad, I don't follow Reno Omokri because I blocked him in 2022, so I don't know what he does. It was my sister that called me and said, "Man, what is going on with Reno Omokri? That every day he wakes up, he throws subtle jab at the Southeast. Every day he wakes up that, is it that this man is not who he has always, claimed to be?" And I told him, I told her, sorry, this man where they talk about, me, I don't block this man since 2022. I don't know what you are still doing following that man. You understand? I don't know what you're still doing. So I think it was around towards, let's say, end of 2022 that it dawned on her. It dawned on her that apparently Reno Mokri is a snake. A giant snake. And I said it again, I repeat again. Why is it that they always use this dog whistle? Because when Reno Mokri started moving mad, he was subtle jabs at the Southeasterners, calling Igbos names. Subtly. You understand? Why always using the Igbos for this nonsense? What wrong did Peter Obi do to come and run for president?
It's the fastest track. Bringing down Igbos is the fastest track for them. That is just
exactly. You see, that's Grandmaster. That's what I said in my submission right now. It is easy for them to use Igbos because there's already a social engineering that has been established in Nigeria that Igbos are the enemy of Nigeria. So if any political elite wants to carry their message on, it's always easy. It's always easy for that message to fly using the Igbos as the scapegoat.
And it's not paining me. The one that is paining me are our youths that are educated and enlightened. You see youth, young people that are supposed to have sense. People where we gather play ball. People where we gather protest. People where we gather they suffer. You see them the moment that trumpet of bigotry is blown, you see them withdraw from you. You see them hate you. Some of them right now, they are insulting me on my timeline. Do you understand? You see, once you post something that favors the Igbos, you see them unfollow you. They are angry. I don't even know. Okay.
Thank you, Precious. Thank you, Precious.
Grandmaster, what I also want to know is, I'm trying to find out, when did Doyin Okukwe become a rat? That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the Doyin Okukwe. I'm wondering, when did he become a rat? How did we miss this? When did he became a rat? Was it when he was
I actually don't like engaging in this kind of discussion. So most of the time I avoid the timeline. If you notice me, I rarely comment on the timeline. Now space I always like talk my own. If I shout finish, I will go house, go sleep, carry my head and come out. But I was forced to answer a particular person with tweet for here. And let me just read the tweet for you, and I'll tell you guys the answer I gave him. So he came and he said, "It is not insane. Doyin is right. I have said it and I still stand by it. It will be easier for camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for an Igbo man to govern Nigeria. The people are way too gullible and with bad character." Yeah, that was his name. And I was forced to reply him. And it was the reply I gave him. I said, "With the ones that aren't Igbos that you have continuously supported so far, how buddy? I have never seen a people as foolish and with zero foresight in everything as many of you Nigerians. Enjoy many more years of abject poverty, hopelessness, and penury, because in your small head, you think you are getting back at the Igbos." I had to write it because this is madness. How quickly these people always try to pivot to, try to see if they can mock you and tell you that Igbos will never be. Do you think you are voting Peter Obi because of Igbos? I don't get it. Gosh.
See, Igbo man not fit do shoemaker, but that they tell them. You don't get this country bad rich. Igbo man not be shoemaker. Yes, go get shoe factory. So the more they hate the Igbos, the more the Igbos excel. And that's the truth.
beyond
So
that,
they're just
it is
they are
more
not
about
that
the
your that,
foresight
your
for me.
statement is too even peaceful for people like that. You can imagine them coming to say people on that bridge. Sorry, I'm not trying to be a bigot too, but it's you can't help it. Huh? You can imagine people coming to say
No,
that
Precious,
they are,
you know the
we are
problem
so
is this. Before
gullible.
I move the mic to General Snow, Precious, can you hear me? Before I move the mic to General Snow, because I want to open, there's a lot of requests. I have 18 requests, and I want to bring people up. Let me end with this. Nigerians, you are not doing Peter Obi a favor. Stop this thing you people do and try to act as if you are doing Peter Obi or a section of this country a favor by voting him. If after all you have seen in the past 1 year, or let me even say the past 9 years, and you are still coming up on a Twitter, on a platform, on a social media app to push this kind of narrative that it will be easier for a camera, who do you think you are doing? Like, I don't understand. Like, these people place their own welfare below bigotry. I don't get it. I don't understand this country. I don't get this country. It is beyond comprehension. I cannot get Nigeria. Who do you think you are taunting? Peter Obi? A man that folded his properties, his everything, and put in a trust fund and came back to Nigeria to fight for this country. And all you think you can do is insult him. And when people call you out, including people from all parts of this country, and I love what other Nigerians were doing on that doing Okupe Street. They are reminding him, sir, not be only Igbos, they insult you. People from all parts of this country are insulting you because it is shameful for you to turn around and support a man like Tinubu after claiming that you were standing with Peter Obi. Now he has turned around to say, oh, it is not because of who Peter Obi is. It is because he wanted a president from Southeast. Look at the kind of... Anyway, let me move the mic forward. General Snow, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've been following the conversation, and truly a lot has been happening. But first of all, let me start with greeting my host, Grandmaster, and every other person here. Precious, I see you. JRV, Metaphor. It's been a long time, bro. Hope you're good. Okay. First of all, let me start with this. Those Nigerians that are nursing this ambition of making an Igbo man, feel ashamed of being an Igbo man. Come on, get away your eyes. So. An Igbo man can never be ashamed of being an Igbo man. Do you know the steez that comes with being an Igbo man? Eh? Do you know what it means to realize that you are Igbo? So no matter how hard or how far you all go to vilify or make an Igbo man appear, how do I put it? Make an Igbo man to be ashamed or not to identify with being Igbo. The more you try, the more an Igbo man would want to make you feel like or make you understand that, look, I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud that I'm Igbo. It will never happen. An Igbo man will never deny he's an Igbo man, not even when he's hungry. And this is not obtainable in some part of the country that, like we know, judging from this guy's tweets, Okupe, or whatever his name is. He made a tweet about Ojukwu. Ojukwu is father of Ndibo. Ojukwu is, like, how do I put it? Ojukwu is immortalized in Igbo land. There's nothing you can do about it. Do you understand? Whatever the conversation is, Ojukwu, like right now, is immortalized. It's like one of the greats in Igbo land. But let me bring a very, very quick history to you. Do you know that there was a time Ojukwu contested for presidency and Igbos did not support him? Like as loved as he was then, politically, Igbos did not support Ojukwu. These are the people you call some Nigerians call tribalistic or whatever you call us. But we supported Obasanjo. We supported Yaradua. We supported what's his name? Atiku. But when Peter Obi came up in the ballot, being the most credible candidate, the Igbo man should not support Peter Obi because Peter Obi is his brother. Or what in the name of madness is wrong with all of some of you? Let me not say, because people here that are not part of those people I'm talking to, but I know they are here. And Igbo man, P2B, I went around with P2B during the campaign, and not even off camera has P2B made his running for presidency a southeastern thing. Never, never, ever. P2B has always been about how Nigeria will progress. P2B shed tears when he sees things that ordinarily good governors would have addressed. P2B wants best for the North, he wants best for the South, the West, the East. And to tell you the truth, P2B is not desperate to be president. P2B has things going for himself. P2B is just empathetic about your situation. He just wants to to better things for you Nigerians, to make you feel. And for you people, some of these people come online and say P2B will never be president. Like grandmaster said, you're not doing it to P2B, you're not doing it to the Southeasterners. Come on, they are good. Look around you. Look around you. Look around you. We that you all are teaching lessons, like we learn, lessons must be learned. Who is learning lessons now? So talking about this Doyin guy, Doyin is like, he came to APC and they told him, like, before we accept you, you have to prove to us that you are not with disobedient guys anymore. How do you do that? You have to take on Twitter. You have to attack them, attack the Igbos. That's what's going on. It happened with PDP guy, Bawala, whatever the fuck his name is. They understand. He came on Twitter. Twitter is their place of, showing their new masters that I am for you and for you alone. But they fail to understand that these new people they are with, we never trust them. And they can't come back to being obedient or whatever because we don't trust them anymore. They are saboteurs. So they are forever lost in political identity crisis. They can be identified with the APC, they can be identified with the Labour Party, they can be identified with PDP. So they are just roaming, and their only place of anger, the only place of ranting is Twitter. And I want to urge us to, or I want to even tell us to expect more of Doyin Okwe in Labour Party. There are lots and lots of them still there. And as time goes on, they begin to unfold. So let's not, the game is the game. Just brace up. Brace up. Lots of them will still come out. And you remember that I told you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Snow. General Snow, did you notice that Doyin Okukpe started behaving erratic after he was convicted of that corruption case? Could this be a cry for help for the APC to help save him from this? Because I don't understand this movie he's making.
Listen, let me tell you something. From the onset, if you follow this guy's political history, like someone said, he's a political bandit. He's never, like most of them, they are just whatever happens, wherever Bele face, wherever I can get the next meal. Look at somebody like what was this guy's name? This guy under Goodluck Jonathan, he was a minister. I blocked him long ago. What's his name? This guy that married an Igbo woman and that beats his wife. I can't remember his name. Yes, FFK. Yeah, look at that guy. Look at the things he said about Igbo in the past. Like they are there, but once you offer them a bowl of porridge or ufoha, these guys don't. There is no principle. Like they don't have no principle. They don't remember. Like, okay, I've said this now about this person, and by conviction, what I said about this person is the truth. But because of what they stand to gain, they just switch. It happened with Reno. It happened with Fani Kayode. It's happening with Doyin right now. And yes, Doyin has always been APC from the beginning till even when he was the DG of Labour Party campaign. He has always been APC. I've always known. You see this guy, the way he moves. And P2B spotted that. P2B spotted that. He spotted him. And when the corruption thing came up and they asked him to resign, they have to leave. So I don't know if he's doing this to get back at the obedience or to get back at P2B. But what I don't understand is why you are involving the whole Southeast, the Igbos, into your own personal vendetta. We have nothing to do with whatever the fuck you got going on with your political crisis.
That's what will make it sell. Involving Undibo is what will make it sell. Is what will make it go faster. Is the what is it they call them catalyst? Is what will make it go very fast. And that's why we are talking about it. That's why there's a space for it. If he didn't call Undibo, we would have as well just ignored him. Reno has been ignored. Do you understand? So he needs to get to limelight very fast. That's why it's called. But I just want to appeal before I go down. May no idiots bring a come Edo states. I'm beginning to see Ibophobia and the rest of it. Igbos and Edos have cohabited peacefully for years. Do you understand? A lot of Igbo people came down as young boys. Now they are grandpas and they are still staying in Edo states. They are loyal to our king. They live peacefully. If you go to the major markets, you see Igbos there. Evaike, Wellus Peppers, James Swart, even in the new Benin markets. Edo people are peaceful people. So this whole Igbo people and does this as well and Godalo for, sorry I'm mentioning names. Sorry, I don't know the rules here, but I'm just saying. Igbos and does Aswa and Godalo because Aswa and Godalo's wife is nonsense. It's not happening. Nobody should come and divide this. The state is divided enough. Nobody should come and draw Igbo's leg out in the states. Igbos have stayed peacefully, and it is this election that I've not seen Edo State as divided as it is right now. I'm just appealing. The division should continue amongst the central, south, however they want to do it. You see, Igbos, we are like every other voters. They should just allow it be peaceful. As a matter of fact, some have so loved Edo that we now, if you go to my page, I identify as an Edo woman. I'm blooded Edo. I roll with the palace. So nobody should come and be political division.
Precious, let me just tell you this so that we can move to my phone. Because I have
Calm down.
I have 58 requests. See, you see that they don't own, it's bittersweet for me. Because number one, I have family members that I do. I've said this thing before. I have family members that I do. But with the type of aggressive, rebuke that we got when we started talking about this thing at the onset from some Edo people, I just did hands off. You understand? I did hands off. I don't want to. I can, try to, get involved as somebody who likes, Olumide Akpata, as somebody who wants a different system of government in Edo State, different from, PDP. But the kind of aggressive insult, rebuke that people like me received, I was shocked. I said, hands off. Since then, I stopped tweeting about Edo. I stopped talking about Edo. If I see questions about Edo, I leave.
Those things are online, no, offline. I'm telling you, situation reports on ground, Oga Grandmaster. The situation report on ground is different from online. You see those people tweeting and trying to insult you and trying to incite. You don't see them offline. They don't stay in Edo. Situation report on ground is different. That's what I'm saying.
Grandmaster, let me tell you something, yeah? Sorry I'm taking much time. Like Precious said, if you get to Edo State is like the capital of the obedience movement. If you get to Edo State, if they born you well, you see these guys moving mad on the TL, you and I know how this thing goes. These guys are sponsored. And you have to meet your KPI, you have to show workings for your next pay. You get? So how do you show your paymasters that you're actually putting in the work? Is by vilifying, cursing, even some of the obedience within Edo State. Some of them were bots. We are seeing them on the TL. That's why me myself, I hands off Edo politics. I support Akpata, but you will not see me going back and forth with this guy, because the more you go back and forth with them, the more they are showing that, okay, I'm working. Look at my response to this person. Look at my response. I prefer you all just ignore them. There's a way somebody will ignore you. You ask yourself, am I even visible? Am I existing? Or am I alive? Ignore them the way we ignored Sega Link. We ignored him into oblivion, like he doesn't exist. Do you remember Sega before? If he tweets, 1 minute, that guy's having 1,000 likes. Before, then when he became a god unto himself, we now showed him that look, the power on this internet space resides with the people. And today he's not even remembered. So my own advice to obedience on this space, on this TL, you see those obedient, those people moving mad with this Edo politics, the only way you keep them relevant is by engaging them. Ignore them totally. They don't feel cough for outside for Edo State, for Benin.
On God.
You don't feel cough. If they born you well, come outside. To be what I do rally yesterday. If I come now, make we see what you get. So
Ernest,
just
no,
ignore
it's fine.
them.
Let's just leave that at that, because me, I don't even want to talk about it to politics again. Me, I don't come on here for that one. Let me just move the mic for my brother. Let's go to Carol Brown, and then we'll go to after that real one. Carol Brown, you have the mic, please go ahead.
Yeah, Grandmaster, thank you for your space. And I know the topic is about Donyokupe and politics. Please, can I use my 4 minutes to dwell on education?
Go ahead, but touch the
taking a
topic a
permission.
little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm it's education and leadership. So, and Donyokupe is claiming to be a leader, but I think he's a technically rigid and economically rigid leader. I think that is all I will say about him. They are not flexible any longer. They have overused their time, and they cannot flow with the industrial technology-driven revolution. That's why they have this poor mindset of moving from point A to point B, and they are not progressing. I think they've just remained in one particular place. You think moving from APC to PDP or PDP to APC to Labour will progress you? No. It's sustainability that progress you, not moving all about. And education, we are already hit with the fourth technology-driven industrial revolution. We are already there. It's like we are 24 years late. We entered the millennium 24 years ago, and this is 2024. We still have people like Doyin Okupe in the system. And if we have people like Doyin Okupe in the system, it shows that we are 24 years late in keying into the fourth technology-driven industrial revolution. So we'll be crying and be shouting for industrialization. We need factory in Delta State. We need factories in Edo State. We need factory in the East. With people like Doyin Okupe, who are technically rigid, that cannot use phone and laptop to develop information. How do you expect that from him? You can't. So we need to change education. I think that is what I'm clamoring for. Change education for the development of leaders, startup, certificate graduate, stay-at-home mothers, stay-at-home fathers, and technically rigid workforce with entrepreneurship soft skill talent. Until we build a community with entrepreneurship soft skill talents, we will keep having people like Doyin Okupe, people like Reno Mokri. He's my brother. We are from Warri. We are from Delta State. We are people like Reno Mokri, people like Fani Kayode, people like Uzo Kalu, people like the Minister of Works, people like Winke, that will say something about themselves, not about a foreigner or an Igbo or a Yoruba or an Yoruba man. No, about themselves. Then in less than 2 years, they will tell you, oh, I am the one that sponsored Fubara to become the governor of Rivers State. And when you told us categorically that, do you know the power of a sitting governor, His Excellency? You don't know. He told us. But look at what is happening in Rivers State. So those people have poor mindset. Our leaders, politicians, have poor mindset. We need to reskill and upskill them so that they can have rich mindset. I think I yield the mic. Thank you, Grandmaster.
Thank you very much, Carol Brown. Thank you. Thank you so much. You see, I want to say this and I want to repeat it again. Don't you know Kukwe? I'm still surprised. Because these are people you would have expected to know better. And I see his feeble attempts at trying to justify the reason why that tweet is still up there. Right? Oh, that he supported Shagari against Awolowo. He supported Tofa against Abiola. He supported Jonathan against a populist candidate like Buhari, who had numbers in the southwest. See, don't you, Kukwe, this is not what we are asking you. The question is, why is this tweet necessary? You understand? I feel it is extremely disingenuous. I will repeat it over and over again. For somebody who people look up to, who assumes a leadership position, whether in politics or elsewhere, to not be circumspect enough to understand that you don't put out. See, if this tweet came out from regular people, Twitter banter, I wouldn't even bat an eye. I have seen worse. I have seen worse. I wouldn't bat an eye. I'll just simply laugh over it and keep it moving. Because nobody today we don't need to see this thing. But a person that calls himself, what is left? What is left is for somebody like Tinubu to come and tell, just like Ibu Buhari did. You don't expect me to treat people that gave me 5% of the vote like people that gave me 95% of the vote. That was Buhari's legacy. Buhari divided this nation from the very first day he took office. These are kind of utterances that you never expect. Imagine in a developed country, a leader comes on a podium and tells you, I am not going to, people who gave me 5% of the vote. Bro, they will impeach him instantly. A leader is supposed to be a leader for all, regardless of what transpired, how you got to that decision. Okay, you are now there, nobody voted for you, or these people did not vote for you. It is irrelevant. But we see leaders like Doyin Okupe shamelessly put out this. Look at, just read that tweet again. Read that tweet again. You understand? It is very disgusting. But anyway, I have come to expect, the barest minimum, the lowest of the low. You understand? Mod level, politicking in this country. I don't think I'm going to expect anything different. You understand? And the fact that after 21 hours, Doyin Okupe has not pondered it in his head to say, oh, this tweet, it doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very good. Let me go and take it down. It is still standing, and he's still doubling down and grandstanding. It's all good. At the end of the day, we will know where all these things will bring Nigeria in the next 4-8 years. We'll see where we're going to end up as a people. Please, Rewan, go ahead.
Okay, Grandmaster, you can drop me so other people can come up.
Yes, I just did. Thank you. Rewan, go ahead. Is it me? Okay, GRVPR, please speak whenever you want to speak. This one you're putting your hand up. I don't understand you.
You know what make I talk now because of the course.
You just say, I don't say the airport. That's why I don't want to.
I did my house, my brother. People don't get money to fly again. Yeah, I don't know. Ruwan has gone down. I really wanted to hear from him. You get why. Ruwan, please, you can come up again. Do. I think the question you asked the other time, that was what even made me put my hands up, right? So, and there's something, Grandmaster, there's something I believe personally, right? Sometimes if people are saying you are poor, I don't think sometimes you don't really need to. Your reaction will make them somehow feel that this guy is truly poor, right? So you know you are not poor, so just sometimes you just let your action speak more. You ask the questions why I think it's something we suffered from on the last election in Lagos State. Since the days of Funshaw Williams, Jamie Akpaje, even the likes of Funshaw Doherty. I mean, you see all the governorship election in Lagos State, the main opposition is always stuck Igbo. And just like you asked one question. And when you asked that question, I was like, This question is very deep. I was chatting with Javis myself. I was like, why this? But I mean, it's just a simple answer for me. I think I'm not. I mean, one thing I try to do is um I don't want it to be as if maybe some certain type of people hate this one. I don't like that narrative, right? So I believe that is what doing Okupe, is an Igbo supposed to be doing, right? Even though you see it, but you try everything possible to work for the unity of the country. Now, there's something Shagari, I think, yeah, Shagari said when he came to Lagos in the 90s. He said any political party that is campaigning based on tribe is not a political party for Nigeria. So what can I say out of that? APC is just a political party that they use tribe to win. So I can say here that Tinubu is a bigotry, it's a tribal bigotry, and the APC people, right? So it's not mainly, it is not Lagosians, it is APC. Now, why are they always using Igbo? Because there are some things I cannot say here, but probably there are some things, pardon me, but these people are always supporting indigenes of Lagos since from the days of NCNC. So, they're always supporting indigenes of Lagos, real Lagosians. If you check, was Tinubu a Lagosian? No. Probably Sawulutu is not a Lagosian. So they're always going for real indigenous of Lagos. Jimmy Akpaje is indigenous Lagosian. Gbadebo indigenous Lagosian. So probably because these people don't support the other one, they're always for the good things. But then even the indigenous people also support their own. But the tactics they use is, they use the few people that they can buy to that is just a PC way. It is not Yoruba thing. It's not Lagosian stuff. It's just an APC way of scattering Nigeria to rule. Scatter and rule. That is just their way. So please. And I think you have seen that from our elderly brother Doyi. Doyi has now joined APC now. In fact, he's in APC. Don't say he's in APC. We are just waiting for the day he will tweet. Like one of our own brother in Abia State, Obinna did. Yeah, we are just waiting for the day he will say, I'm officially APC. I'm not surprised. I was surprised when I saw the interview. That was when I was surprised. But now, I'm no longer surprised with his tweets and all that because that's APC way. And the only thing I'm waiting for now is an appointment. The appointment that they wait for probably. That is my have to prediction. The case he had probably is looking for favor. I mean, so that they would not come after him or appointment. So please, let us just try to let people know that the Yoruba man is not our problem. An Igbo man is not our problem. Hausa man is not our problem. Or a BB or a FIG man is not our problem. Our problem is these APC people in our country now. Thank you. I think that's just what we should be saying. That is just what I want us to be talking about, please. Let's not be because of this man. We now come and start seeing some set of tribe of people that they are this or that they are that. I did not support Peter Obi because he's an Igbo man, and Peter has always said that. So it is so wrong that my elder brother, my father, Doi, right? Yeah. So who was the DG of Peter Obi campaign, did not really know the principles that Peter Obi was running on. Peter shouted, he said it everywhere, don't vote for me, don't support me because I'm from Southeast or I'm an Igbo man. So for Doyin to come and said he go out of his way to support Southeast, no, that was
Anyway,
wrong. I support Peter. Yeah. I'm done. Thank you. Grandmaster, I'm done.
I can hear you. Okay, go ahead, everyone.
Yeah.
After you, let's hear from Abdul. Go ahead, everyone. Wait, GRV, I don't think Rewan's mic is actually working properly.
Rewan, open your mic. Rewan, your mic is muted. Check on your left side of the phone. You see mic. Just tap on it. Okay. Everyone is down again. So I
Let's
think we
move
move the
forward.
mic to Grandmaster.
Abdul, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. Are you
Yeah,
there?
we can hear
Can you
you,
hear
Abdul.
me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right, yeah. I first of all, before I start, I would like to commend the Edo people. Edo people has been very, very. I don't think there is anybody, any group, any tribe, or any people in this country that love Nigeria more than Edo people. Because all these attack they are giving on different tribes, try to bring Nigeria down. You hardly see that from Edo people, and I commend them for that. So now, the question I always ask is that why is it that most of these guys they want to attack is only Igbos? Igbos are very enterprising people, very peaceful people. During the election, anybody that wants to be relevant just wake up and start attacking Igbos. The thing shocks me. It shocks me. If there's the recent now that if you mistakenly join some of these APC WhatsApp group, it's just like a civil war discussion. Igbo. That's what they talk about is Igbo. Why are you not talking about the president? What is going on? Why are you not talking about the how to bring Nigeria better? How everybody can be better? How things can be better in Nigeria? But what you see this guy talking about, Igbo, I challenge any of you to join this, especially those of them that most of our APC Southwest is dominant. So it is terrible. Though Kukbe, I'm not surprised in what he did because it's just a way to get relevant. Because you want to get relevant to by the APC members, by the presidency under Tinubu's government, just attack Igbos publicly, just ridicule them, make sure that you bring Igbos down. That's not how Nigeria can grow. And this is a way to profile Igbo, to make Igbos to make people to run from Igbos, to make Igbos look bad in the eyes of the people. It's not a good way. And I think anybody that close to these people, they should talk to them. They should shun them. They should talk to them. That's not a way to rule this call. What was the crime? Is it because Peter Obi, an Igbo man, came out as a president to challenge Tinubu? Peter Obi came out to help. Igbo men, we hardly see an Igbo man campaigning based on ethnicity. You hardly see a Labour Igbo man or whatever, PDP or APC campaigning against other tribes. But you see, these people wake up, they will attack. When after the election, this what that his name self, Omokri, the same thing. They'll just Igbo, because they want to get relevance. They know what these people like. They know that when you attack Igbos, they will like you. Omokri, Igbo. That time I shout, I told people that it will exacerbate. And that's what's going on now. If care is not taken, it will be worse than what is going on now about Igbos. There will be a time that before you could campaign, people's campaign slogans will be about Igbo if you want to win an election in this country. If you just hate Igbo publicly, people will they will come to you. So I advise my people, Nigerian youth, that this ethnic profiling about Igbos people shouldn't take it seriously. It's just a way of these political elites to get into our nerves, to take our commonwealth. That's all. Igbos are very good people. They are very enterprising people. They are wonderful people. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Please, before you go metaphor, let me just ask this question, please. I like that. I need to ask you this question because I'm still a little bit more baffled. There's something you said here that if you are not careful, there will be a time when, using the Southeast or the Igbos at large to campaign will become a normal thing. Sir, we saw that in Lagos. It wasn't once, it wasn't twice. We saw it multiple times, right? It was a thing. The pushback we got from people who are supporting certain candidates in Edo State, the day I said no more was the day he came and said, who are all these people coming to, kind of like include themselves in Edo State election? Please go back to your region, and face your own politicians. That is still the same thing. So I want to ask this question to you, sir, very quickly, if you can answer me in 30 seconds. Is there a rational fear of the Igbo people that actually makes politicians always use that as a kind of a talking point when they don't have any other card to play, and use it as a kind of a rallying, cry to create that divide and rule narrative that they always, clamor for, especially politicians who are caught in maladministration, corruption cases like Kukwe and so on and so forth. Please, is there something, please, from somebody who's not an Igbo, I'm willing to learn. Please explain to me. Then right after that, you can take over. Thank you.
Yeah, I think. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Go ahead.
Grandmaster, can you check your DM?
Okay.
Okay. I think this issue is not about. I think it's about just hatred. Before the Civil War, that this common hatred on Igbos on other from other tribes. So it's just like I let me hate them. If you hate Igbos, other tribes, you have a common enemy, and the enemy of your if you are enemy of your friends or something, your friend's enemy is your enemy or something like that. So if your Igbo is your enemy and you hate Igbo and other tribe also hate Igbo, you become friends with that other tribe because you have a common enemy, which is Igbo. Igbos didn't do anything because the first one is that they felt that Igbos are weak. There is nobody much to fight them. And that's why I always throw this into. You can't do that in other tribe. You can't just publicly insult a Fulani tribe or Hausa tribe without getting the consequences. They will not talk, but you see it. If you didn't see that today, you see that tomorrow. The same thing in Yoruba. You can't just publicly profile Yoruba tribe because these guys, they will not allow that. But Igbo is a very common ground.
Apologies, please go ahead. That was a mistake, please.
Hello.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah,
Sir.
good. So the most Igbos in the presidency even have to start insulting. Even a lot of Igbos in APC even insult Igbos just to be liked by the party members. You watch one guy from Anambra called Chigozie Emekaya. He's Igbo. Sometimes he publicly his name is this and insult Igbo. You can't see another tribe doing that. Even if you don't like your people, you can't profile your people because when you are bringing your people down, you are bringing yourself down. So this is just a way of, I think the problem is not that people did anything. People didn't do anything because I have searched myself. What was the sin of an Igbo man? Why is all these things happening? Somebody said that they love money. Who doesn't like money? Igbo man is struggling to survive. People have family. A man that have a family have to work hard to feed his family. And if a Igbo man work hard like every other person, they say he love money. Did he steal your money? No. Did he steal your property? No. So the thing is just that this is a common enemy exhibited on it. So, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. So it's a common enemy exhibited on Igbos. There's no other special sin that Igbo committed. There's no sin that Igbo committed to make them to be hated. But just that they are small, their tribe, they have perceived to be weak. That you can do anything without anybody. You can just wake up tomorrow and insult Igbo. Nobody will challenge you. That's just the only truth. Nobody will challenge you, especially in APC. You wake up and insult Igbo, call them names, nobody will challenge you. It's an easy, because they don't have power. Igbo don't have power. Insult them, do anything you want to do, nobody will challenge. They will laugh over it. You can't do that in other tribe. Never. So I think this time politicians are using that opportunity to divide us because they now say that obedience are Igbos. So they first of all criminalize Igbos, call Igbos IPOP, call Igbos this. So now make all the obedience to be Igbo. So if you are from other tribe and you are supporting better Nigeria, because obedience is it's not just about P2B, but obedience are youth who rose up to find the solution to this country. But if you do that, they criminalize you, they call you obedient, they call you Igbo, they call you this, so that you can withdraw. Because you don't want to attach yourself to Igbo. And that is the plan. That's why I commend Edo people so well. Because these guys, they have this thing has been fought. They try to criminalize Igbos several times in my presence. But so many Edo people I know don't allow that. Don't allow that. Edo people want this country more than every other person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let me quickly come in where you said people can just say something on Igbo people and they don't react because they don't have power or nothing can be done, sir. I think me personally, let me not call it Igbo, right? The problem I have personally with the southeast part of this country is that you see your elites are problem. Now, what is the responsibility of your governors? People are insulting the southeast. People are putting false accusation on the southeast. Then
I can't hear anybody anymore. JRP, are you speaking? Okay, please, Meta, please go ahead. So we can move
It seemed like Jem JRB probably had an incoming call or something that's just disrupted in there. Okay, Grandmaster, thank you. Just a few seconds. I just wanted to quickly say something based on what I heard. I don't know why we Nigerians continue to believe that our union is only defined as us being a country. Wow, look, I say this with all due respect to all of us as Nigerians. We really need to get out of that yoke. Union of people does not mean they have to be in the same country. I beg, now, I'm sure all of us go school. If I let me enter Brooklyn, all of us go school, I beg. Does being one means that we must be in the same country? No. N-O. Big N and big O. Union are defined in many ways. Okay? There are unions all over the world. People are united all over. I mean, regions and countries are united all over the world. They are not necessarily in the same country.
At least this United Kingdom.
Exactly, my brother. I don't tire for Nigeria. Nigerians will come up and say, we must be one. Yes, we can be one, but not in the same country. We can be united under a regulation or a treaty or something of this sort. I don't tire for my people. Listen, let us get out of those lies that they bamboozled us with.
Meta, let me buttress your point. There was a space that was held yesterday about the creation of agitation for the creation of an Anioma state by the people of Anioma. And somebody came to that space and said that the agitation for the creation of Anioma is a tacit way to disintegrate Nigeria. And somebody reminded him that this is a terrible way to view things because there are agitations to create states in other parts of the country. In fact, the confab proposed that more states will be created in the north, in the southwest, in the east and the south-south. Why is it that you did not see that as a way to disintegrate the country? Why is it that when the people of Anioma rose up and said we want a new state, it is now a way to and this got me thinking, is it that people are so scared of being in a Nigeria or being a country that they are alone on their own? I'm not a secessionist, but I'm just saying it because the way we are always being cajoled with disintegration of the country, if you do this thing you are enjoying today, is it even a country? You understand? Brother, if I have to leave Nigeria for me to have a decent human life, for my life to worth a thing, is it not better? I don't understand this idea of we must die in this contraption, whether you like it or not, and anything you do towards trying to, emancipate people within this contraption is you being an enemy of the country. You want a disintegration of Nigeria. What exactly is so special? That was the question I asked. What is so special about Nigeria as it is constituted today?
You know what? Grandmaster, and this is what I'm saying. Many of the things that we hold dear and adamantly is things that we've been indoctrinated by growing up. So we find it very hard to abandon it. And then when you even tell them that, look, for instance, I too, I am not a secessionist. I'm actually a unionist. So I continue to tell Nigerians the most clear and crystal simplest, most convenient way for Nigeria to be united is like this, not like the way we are now, because the way we are now is part of what has been choking us for nearly 63 years. But they still don't understand. Nigeria just come when we must be one. We must be pressing our neck together in one place. No. Anyway, I don't tire for Nigerians. I don't get how they think like this. Look, Nigeria, one of Nigeria's fundamental problems is the way is our current construct. One of Nigeria's fundamental problems is our current construct that we don't want to dismantle and reconstruct. I don't understand. We can be united in the most advanced form of union, which most regions in the world are using today. But we are using something that is forced down on us by the colonial imperialists and the military. That's the problem. We are still using what was forced down on us. These sort of things don't work anymore in the 21st century. They don't work. You want to be united, be properly united in the doctrines that the international law even has recognized. But Nigeria will not. We just force things on us that were imposed on us, and we just continue. I don't tire a bit. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. We really need to sort this out. Nigeria must be united in the proper way that is union are recognized in the world today, and it will solve many problems. In fact, let me just tell you the truth. Our founding fathers got it right from the onset. And all we need to do is build on that. Period. I tire for Nigeria. I better let the mic go around.
Thank you very much. Let's move the mic very quickly. Rewind.
Sorry, Grandmaster, let's check if Red One or Real One can talk now. Real One, can you
I
talk
don't
now?
bring the guy up, tire. Me too, I don't even tire self. I beg. Yeah, if he's not gonna speak, let's just
Yeah. I
give
think
up
his
his
mic is
position
open
so
now.
that others
His
can
mic
come up.
is
We have a
open,
lot of
Grandmaster.
requests.
His mic is
ask
open.
him. All right, go ahead, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning,
Robert, bro.
Grandmaster. Good morning to give the metaphor. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Robert, bro.
Network. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Concerning the issue of Igbos, how they
No, my brother, his mic is very bad. It's gonna be a nightmare. Just let him go down and just, maybe when he fixes his mic, he can request the mic again. So let's go to Charlie P. Charlie P, thank you so much for your patience. You have been waiting for so long. Please, you have the mic. Go ahead. Charlie P, are you there? Okay, sorry, I muted everyone. No vex. I beg. Charlie P, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I go first greet everybody here. Happy Father's Day. This morning, as I want para for my children, they just carry card, just bribe me today and say, Daddy, you're this and that, and the thing made my life sweet, But let's come back to what we are saying in terms of Donyo Kupe and the rest of what is happening in the country. Sorry, I beg if no vex, I go dey very incoherent with my conversation. So I feel just they run around like market woman, but when I go, just try to understand me. Grandmaster, you should not be surprised with Donyo Kupe. Even P2B himself is not even surprised. So I don't even see these are guys without value. And from his tweet yesterday, it wasn't about ideology, it wasn't about a better Nigeria. It was about, I was trying to vote a Southeasterner from his tweets. That is what I could deduce from what he said. So it wasn't about Nigeria getting better. It was just, okay, it is Southeasterner's time. Okay, he didn't succeed. Another Southerner took over. So for me, that switch into that conversation was trying to validate his position. I've been voting this person. I think for Ogami, I am still loyal to
Sorry,
you.
Charlie P, if I may just say this,
Yeah.
There was actually a contradiction that he made there. Because initially he said in that tweet, I went out of my way on principle to support the Southeast quest for president.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But in the subsequent tweet, he now said he is happy a Southerner.
That's what I'm telling you. So for him, it wasn't a better Nigeria at all. It was just kick and follow the way our politicians are known for. I was listening to Dr. Akbuti in one of these Nedu show, and he said something. When anointing is bestowed on someone, the person should be able to tranquilize that anointing and spread it over. But when you anoint a motivated idiot, he produces motivated, stupid fruits. And since 1960, we have been anointing motivated idiots. And I'm sorry to call even all of us here, these guys know, or these guys think that we are a foolish people. And seriously, Nigerians are foolish. And that's the honest truth. If these guys can wake up one morning and bring a dumb score like Buhari, and we accepted him, we can accept anybody. I will take you back to 2006 because my father's elder brother. So when I lost my father, I grew up with him. So he's like my father. In 2006, if you could remember, we didn't have a lot of social media we didn't have the social media as the way it's being popularized today. But in 2006, because he was working in National Population Commission (NPC), and he got to the highest echelon, which made him a cartographic director. And if you could remember, we're trying to apply the model of Rwanda, where they remove state of origin and this from Nigeria. And it came out just controversially, and it went down. Then, Obasanjo was fighting with Atiku here and his ambition for the third term. But that stuff, the national population wrote it because his director came back and asked him. And as at that point, he said Nigeria will never get better because people kick against it. And some of the reasons was because of the Southeast. Stays the same Southeast again. Because part of that proposal was people should just come out and, wherever you domicile, you say you're there, and they will use that opportunity to push bills that can allow people integrate and become whatever they want to become in any part of the country. Guess who are the most spread people and enterprising people are people from the Southeast. So that goes back to your question, Grandmaster, when you talked about what is it about them. When you come to a place and you create impact, anybody that rises up from that offspring, people begin to look at them. And you can agree with me, no disrespect to other tribes, that the Southeast, irrespective of what has happened in the war, has moved over to other places and been able to drive good, being good neighbors and the rest of them. And that automatically synchronizes with people from that place to say, if this is an Igbo man to do, that means typically all Igbo men are good. The same way people think all Igbo men are business-minded people. And that is the way it happens. So the way to subject that kind of conversation is to create this kind of stuff we're having. And it's not far-fetched if you look at the words of Ahmadu Bello when he was talking, when they asked him about getting people into the civil service. And you can imagine as far back as before the independence, the bigotry that came out from his mouth, that he rather takes a foreigner first. And if there's no foreigner, he started, grading it by tribe. And the last, he said he even prefers taking a goat if they can do the job before an Igbo man. And that is what has happened. Grandmaster, you live in America. You can see what they did to destroy the familyhood of the black people because women were rising up, getting, pushing the activist kind of drive in America. And how did they come? They started introducing the welfare package, trying to claim independent women and the rest of them. That has disintegrated that space. So these people know when you spring up, they look for a way to kill it. And the only way you can face that kind of narrative is to claim this and that. I also thank our women who are coming up. We need more women in politics. If you go around the world and see where things have changed, we have gotten women. So the likes of Pressure, the likes of Nkechi, the likes of people who come up, we need them in spaces like this to start changing the narrative. It is not left for the men alone. And it will continue to be this way in Nigeria. We don't have people who are really serious about changing this nation. Somebody talked about us in the fourth industrialization era, and we have people still back in Donyokube's coming around to do whatever they're doing. It is the same way in the system because we as Nigerians, we as the young people have refused to take our country back. these guys are not ready to solve your problem. They are not ready. This is what they grew up with. This is what they understood politics as. Fight, kill, play this and play that. And it has been feeding them till today. And they can't leave that space. You need to wake up and fight for that space. Even at a point, Mandela, even after the whole Gragan, he came out from prison and his people were telling him, we need guns to fight these people. Mandela sat and said, no, the best way to forge ahead is to negotiate. We need to negotiate with them. We don't have the right people, especially from the Southeast. So I think it was Jerry that was talking about the leaders. That is the problem. We need to sit down. If you cannot get it through war or through revolution, you need to sit down and negotiate your space and secure your space very properly. And that is what has happened over time, that we don't have people who, they don't care. As long as they can share the money, they can get their piece of the national cake, in quotes, everybody is fine. So why we sit down here and complain about things
We
like
just
this?
round up in a minute, yeah.
Yeah. Why we sit down in a space and complain like this? I think we need to start asking the right questions. And what are the questions is, this crop of people up there, are they ready to get the new Nigeria we want about? The answer is no. And the big next question is, what next? And that big what next question is what I want everybody to ponder, to to ask themselves, if we do this, will Nigeria actually work? I am not surprised with Onyokugbe. It has always been like that. They come and they change the other sides of their mouth because this is how these guys feed. They don't do anything. Can you tell me any business? Can anybody link any business to Onyokugbe today? Can anybody link any business to Reno or the Danny Buala or the Wiki of today? You can't link any enterprise to them. This is how they feed, and they need to feed. So the big next question is, what next? Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie P. Thank you. Let's go to Hosanna then. After that, let me hear from Real Ever Best. Please, you guys have to be on me because Real Ever Best is a workaholic and he's never always in spaces. So if I see him in a space, I always prioritize him. Make no verse. You Paul, I see, I beg.
I beg, come out and you bring another person.
Grandmaster, I didn't quiet since so.
My Prince G, wait, I bet you go speak. You don't see your guy there yet, Madam Uzana.
Happy Sunday, everyone. Thank you, and happy Father's Day to everyone.
I'm proud to be. I'm proud. I am not a father yet, Sha. Oh.
Happy Father's Day in advance to you. Happy advance Father's Day greetings. Okay, so when I saw the topic of this space, I thought I was coming to join hands to drag Don Yokupe, but I see that the dragging has been justifiably done, and I agree with all the speakers. The very last speaker, Charlie P. Meta has done a great job in expressing my thoughts. So I have two comments and a question. Firstly, please, is Obedient a youth group? Why do people in this group, I hear, there's someone that was speaking that said, youth that want to see the future of Nigeria or a better future of Nigeria. Please, I am not a youth and I am an Obedient. I think as Obedience, we should take note of that. And when we speak, we should speak to that with that tone. Obedience are a group of people that people with integrity that want to see Nigeria succeed. It is not a group of youths. It is not a youth band. So please, I don't always like it when I'm in a space and they're talking youth. It kind of turns me off. And I wonder how many other people are in that category. So please, Obedience is not a youth.
You're an honorary youth.
No, they say Obedience is for young people.
It's not a young people group.
It is not
I am not a young
Obedient
girl.
are
I'm
not
not a
just
young
young
woman.
people. So I totally agree with Hosanna.
Please let us be speaking right.
Unborn, the one when never born, upcoming voters, on
I want us to be speaking right because little things like this affect. Secondly, I am not an Igbo woman. I am an Ijaw woman, full-fleshed Ijaw woman. Obedience is not an Igbo people conversation. So when you enter a space and instead of us to be dragging doing and forgetting about his rubbish and hearing Igbo secession, please, obedience, let's take note of. There is Ijo, there is Ishekiri, there's Urobo, there's Isoko, there's Ogoni. There are so many of us. So let us be pitying people like that, like me, when we are talking in spaces like this. Because most times I enter, in fact, I've even entered some spaces and I see people are even speaking Igbo language and I'm wondering, what are these people doing? I go off. So I just want us to take note of those two comments and understand that there may be other people like me that these things even get to. In fact, I don't even know whether I will go and seek nationality. Abia people, is there any room for me? Let me come and become an Igbo woman self and rest because I'm getting tired. It's always Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo. Please, obedience. These little things have affected our unity as a nation, or whichever people that we want to be, whether we want to go or stay. So let us be taking note of things like this. I just want us obedience to be taking note of this. My question, I beg, this Labour Party something. Yes, I understand that obedience are not party inclined or party limited or something, are not constrained or constricted to any party or so. But maybe this is, I don't know if this is the better place to ask this question or someone can direct me to a place. But I don't see any coordination. The last time we spoke about something, oh, let's coordinate ourselves, obedience, let's get something, someone will send out a registers. Up till today, I'm not seeing it. We are just scattered everywhere, not having proper coordination. Unless me, I'm missing out because I'm an old woman, so the youths have a community or something else, I don't know. So if there's anything, I beg somebody tell me in my DM, because there's a lot that I also want to be doing. I've been doing a lot on the streets and alone, but a more coordinated impact will do. I see what General Oluchi is doing, and I know that there's a group that I'm supporting on that note. But is that everything we are doing other than staying in spaces and talking? So that's my question. If anybody has an answer here, I'll be happy to hear. If there's no answer and someone gets an answer later, please send me a message. Thank you.
Yeah, let me quickly come in here, Grandmaster. I will advise you ask your question publicly. Let us leave this dear matter. I don't want a situation where you come up, you can get your answers here. I get one. So, yeah, if my Labour Party, everything, probably, I think for me, let me talk of Labour Party stuff. You want to join party, but for me, I'm more focused on yeah. You know your Labour Party state chairman, you know where you come from, you contact them, and you want to join the party, you join. Everyone is entitled to join any political party, right? And
sorry, we have joined party. We have joined party. We used to receive email once in a while.
So what again do you want, Ba?
No. I think what she's asking is in terms of the coordinated activity of obedience.
Yeah,
and I'm not speaking for obedience. I think what has happened over time is the valueless system we have. People can be easily compromised, and I think that's why these echelons are. Because for me, I know we don't have elites in this country. We just have, stupid people, trying to get hold of it, and that's why the obedient movement has lasted this long. If you look at the answers, when people started identifying as leaders of answers, I think that was how the infiltration came in, and it crippled a lot of activities or a lot of planning.
Charlie P, it's all right. Let's not make this about an obedient space. I'm only here for doing Okukwe. And honestly,
Okay,
the reason why you keep hearing Igbo Southeast is because the tweet that is referenced in this space directly called the Igbos and the Southeasterners out. You understand? He directly called them out and made an allegation against them. So that's why you may be hearing people talking about Southeast and Igbos, because it's directly related to the topic and the tweets that he made. It's not because of any other reason. Of course, we understand what the obedient movement is. Obedient movement encompasses people from all walks of life, even outside Nigeria. I have met Latino obedience before. I kid you not. Latino obedience from South America. I have met Ghanaian and even Kenyan obedience. So We know what the obedient movement is. It's not going to change today, you know. But yeah, this is just basically about doing Okukwe and how quickly, you know, he switched side. And also, Peter Obi should be very aware of who is around him at any given point in time. Because with the way the Okukwe is moving today, I'm beginning to ask if some people were not instrumental in what transpired in that last election. You know, probably through the advice they gave, action or inaction. So yeah, well, let me move the mic forward.
Grandmaster,
Please, we go. Okay,
Grandmaster.
parent.
Yes, let me
Sorry,
remind you of
sorry.
something.
Jerry,
Let me remind you of something. Do you know it is not only doing? There's one of our friends now who big campaign, big position. Is now a commissioner in Imo State, APC.
Yes, I know that guy. I know the guy. Yeah, Emeka or something. Yeah, he's now a commissioner under Hope Uzodinma. You know, yeah, it's beginning to dawn on everybody that it wasn't everybody that was screaming obedient that was actually obedient. A lot of them were there for just political gains. And the way they are unraveling the past couple of months is a marvel to behold. But let me not hog the mic. So please, relevant best, go ahead.
Please drop me. Please drop me.
Okay. Relevant best, are you there? If you're not there, let's go to Prince G. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think relevant best is there. Prince G, please go ahead.
Prince G, are you there now?
Brother, I did say so. Before I shout, I don't wait too. Anyway, let me go straight to the point. There is something I want my Igbo brothers to continually take note of. The problem, I think, major politicians, I will call them politicians, they are having with my Igbo brothers is a very simple something. What is the problem? My Igbo people love what they call justice, fairness, and equity. To fight for the innocent people, to fight for the right of an individual that they see that has been oppressed, and to also fight for their rights. And they don't like cheating and oppression or being crafty. And when an Igbo man sees truth in politics, he wants to stand by it to support that person, irrespective of wherever that person comes from. That is the problem of an Igbo man with other politicians. So I will ask my Igbo brothers today, you have to choose one. Are you willing to continue on that race until you get it right through total development of your state and getting into the top of the presidency for all? If you can continue in that, then allow distractions and also know the reason why you are being hated and know the reason why whenever they call your names in such light, the evil ones always gloat over it and they rejoice over it to amplify it. The second one you need to now do, if you can't do this one you are doing continually, if you can't beat them, join them. When you join them in the bad politics, within the twinkle of an eye, you will rise to that top and eat the national cake that is now being stained by bloods of Nigerians that have suffered for justice and fairness. For example, now you could see that what Wike is doing the bad type of politics, and you can see him be recognized. David Umahi, he also insulted his own brother that is trying to cause politics on when it was Peter Obi was trying to say something reasonable. David Umahi now is also risen to the top. Now is part of those who are discussing minimum wage in the federal government. So what I'm trying to point out with fact for people now is that if you join them in allowing evil to be passing at all time while your eyes is wide open, you'll be easily recognized. It's as simple as that. They will love you. They will never curse you. The highest they can do to you is two things. Either they will use you and dump you, or they will use you and mistakenly you become relevant in their hands. And once you become relevant, that is it for. So it is a clear something that you need to understand. It is your fairness and fighting the good cause that is leading all of this. If I'm not failing with my little memory, Ojukwu just stood that what they are doing is wrong. Why would they bring a junior person to head them? That there's one Yoruba guy, remember, they're supposed to be the head that need to take over. And they said, no, they allow go on to take over. And he said, I cannot. Yes, he said, I cannot allow a younger one to be ruling over me, and I will take command from him. But I will not fight you people, I will not fight him. All I you need to do, let me control my own region. Then he can control both Yoruba and the northern region if he choose to. That is what caused the problem. Not that it was really the turn of Ojukwu to become the head of state or whatever. But he was fighting for another person. Another person fight, now ended up joining both the person he was fighting for and others to fight him. Now, in politics now, all that they are fighting for now, if you look, let me just divert a little. The wife of Asri Godalo, is he not an Igbo woman? But look at people from cut across all tribe obedience are supporting the right candidate of Labour Party. And a Edo man who was an obedient is even insulting people from the east. While the person is supporting, the wife of that person is an Igbo woman. You can see how naive people are. So what you need to get
And to tell you, Prince J, the person who is insulting the Southeasterners is just got engaged to an Igbo woman as well. So
God
I don't understand these things, honestly.
So you get it now. So what I'm trying to let you know now is that what are they really fighting for is what I'm telling you. If you join the bandwagon, you will see that within 2 to 3 decades of politics, that Igbo hatred will just disappear. But I know it is difficult for a real Igbo man to say injustice and will keep quiet. It is a problem. The Nnamdi Kanu today that is still being orchestrated, being arrested now. Others that have done similar things, they've all been released. The man who went and declared somebody INEC Binani or whatever as the governor of whatever state, one woman, that INEC and REC. Today, are you hearing of his case? Recently, a whole governor of Zamfara state openly said they caught bandits and people released them. Any little thing in the southeast, you will see all agencies twerking to destroy that place down. Every second, how many generals, captains, people are being killed in other regions, you will not hear any noise. So what I'm saying is this: the hatred Igbo man is facing is the hatred of him wanting to unite this country, wanting justice and fairness to all. That is the problem. Choose. Will you join them and never be insulted and never be hated? Or you want to stand your ground? If you understand this, it's a simple thing. If Peter Obi today choose to support Tinubu now and really support him squarely, telling you, between 2 to 3 decades of election, you see Peter Obi being celebrated. And you will see all evil things about him, you see, will drop. And they will be so proud. But because of justice the man is standing for, that is why they hate him. Despite the hatred, they are yet to find anything against him. Now imagine if his hands were not clean. So my Igbo brothers, it is a simple thing. Don't get it twisted. You are hated because you want justice and fairness. If you think I'm lying, test the other way around of what I'm saying. Uma is enjoying it. Hope Ozodima is enjoying it. You understand? Others are enjoying it. Understand the wisdom. And finally, why Donye Okupe is behaving what he's behaving? Let me tell you the truth. Nobody fear a good, God-fearing, sincere-hearted man like Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not being feared by the electorate. He's not being feared by the politicians. He's not being feared by the lawyers, the judges. None of them fear him. You know why? They know that if he eventually even win, he cannot recompense evil for evil. Rather, they will even be bold to go to him in his very eyes that, yes, I am your enemy. But remember the scripture that said, don't pay evil for evil. They will go and quote that thing for him. And they believe that he will forgive them and will embrace them. But in politics, those who are dangerous. We can know that if Atiku had won the election, he will, yes, if we can know if he has won that election, Wike will be gone in politics. He knows that. And also the same thing with Tinubu. So he looked at the soft spot of Mr. Peter Obi playing politics with niceness that brought all this insult you are seeing. Thank you and God bless you. And all politicians and Doyen Kugbe, they are all political poor people. You know, it's not easy, even as a legit business person, to survive in this country. They feed based on political contract and small recharge card. So when things are going tough, what they need to do, they need to align with the ruling parties and say good things so that their business and their life can be spared, and possibly they will have crumbs from the table. That is what they do to keep their household going. And that is FFK for you.
Thank you,
I
my
use the
brother.
mic.
Prince G. Thank you, Prince G. You see, me, I don't even play this victim mentality thing. You understand? I feel like Nigerians in their entirety are the victims. Let's forget the shalaye. Yes, we can say that at any given point in time, there's a kind of a uniting, point for Nigerians. But the truth is this: Nigerians are going through a lot. You understand? They are the victims, but they don't understand. So that's why I find it very, very appalling that every now and then these people who are supposed to be politicians and leaders of thought come, people like Wole Soyinka, people like Doyin Okukwe, they come and throw this thing into the fray and then allow starving, poverty-stricken Nigerians to start gnawing at it like dogs. Go under that comment section. It's a mess. It is a whole mess. And I find it very, very funny that in this country, in 1999, when the PDP was formed, one of the men who was instrumental in the formation of PDP called for, in the spirit of equity and the unity of the country, let a Southwesterner go. It was a consensus. It was a consensus. Nobody cried about it. Nobody bickered about it. Nigeria went on in a normal, straightforward in a normal way. Elections came, the Southeast delivered some of the highest number of votes ever given to a presidential candidate in this country, to Obasanjo. 2003, they repeated the feat, right? They repeated the same feat. Now, nobody cried about it. There were no insults. There were nothing. Nothing happened. You understand? Everybody was cool and calm with it. It's interesting. Nobody was being insulted. In 2007, Yaradua came, a Northerner. In the spirit of fairness and equity, everybody still supported him, even though he was just plucked by Obasanjo and put there. He got a record number of votes in the Southeast, just like Obasanjo did. Nobody talked about it, nobody cried, nobody was insulted, nobody was maligned. In 2011, Jonathan came. Jonathan got a record number of votes from the Southeast. Again, nobody talked about it, nobody was insulted, nobody cried, everybody moved on. 2015, when the entire country deserted Jonathan, he could only count on one single region. Or let me just say two: the Southeast and the South-South. Right? Even under insults, under being maligned, under provocation, they still went ahead to vote because to them, that was the best possible option. Not a Buhari who was a dictator, a man who destroyed democracy in this country, right? Nobody talked about it. Nobody was insulted. Nobody was maligned. Jonathan ended up, dilly-dallying with the same people that threatened him out of government. 2019, what happened? Atiku came out. The same Southeasterners that have been insulted today still went ahead to see. We are talking about this is the 2009, 1999, 2003, 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019. This is the sixth election.
Grandmaster, can you still hear me? I can't hear
Oh,
anybody.
okay, Prince G, you have to go down. I'll bring you back up, okay? This is the sixth election cycle since the return of democracy. These same Southeasterners that have been maligned and insulted still went ahead to, vote for Atiku. Under threats, under insults, under everything possible. Now, 2023 came, and then looking at the field, the person who was the most credible appeared to be this man, a once-in-a-lifetime leader that Nigeria may never get to see again for the next 50 years. And then, the same old Southeasterners still went ahead to vote for this man, even though the percentage of votes with which he won the Southeast is not even up to that with which Obasanjo won in 1999 and 2003. What have we been seeing ever since? Insults after insults. People coming to insult their father by telling you
You think if you are going like this, you are ever going to be president. Oh, God, go and vote who you want to vote. You are not threatening anybody with your votes. You are only threatening your life and your future and your posterity. Stop all this nonsense that you guys do. You are not feeding anybody in this country. If you feel like P2B is not good enough of a person to run for an election in the midst of two of the worst candidates that Nigeria has ever produced, Tinubu and Atiku, and P2B stood like a shining light above all of them, and you feel like it is okay for you to come and tell the Southeast that you guys will never, oh, God, chop your presidency. Eat it. Choke on it. You are not threatening anybody. You are not threatening anybody. You know, that's why I say the lack of foresight when it comes to the Nigerians, it is appalling. It is shocking. The fact that you think that when you vote in a credible leader, a leader that understands governance, understands empathy, that has the character to lead a nation, that you are doing a section of the country favor, a section of the country that has continuously and consistently voted for every other person but their own people. You think you're doing them a favor? Oh, God, go and chop your vote. Eat your presidency, die on it. Now, all of us go there here. Today, Nigeria is suffering cholera. I'm actually reading about it on timeline. They say the thing has exacerbated. It has now gone to 2 states now. These are things that a passionate and empathetic leader can easily take care of. And who are going to be the victims of these things? Ordinary Nigerians. And you people come here and you have the audacity to say, we are not going to see the presidency. What are you saying? Oh, God, take that presidency. We dash you forever. Keep it. At the end of the day, we'll all come back here and ask ourselves, where is Nigeria after all this? Where is Nigeria after all this? It's been 1 year, only 1 year, and we are still here. You see how we still have 3 more years to go. So why am I saying this and I'll end with this? Do you know people can come here and say that it is a coincidence that nearly 80% of those who insult, abuse, disparage him and intolerant of his views are from a particular, ethnic group, nationality in this country? Don't you know, people will tell me that when people tweet, he goes and then starts scrolling, either he looks at their names or he goes and starts scrolling through their timeline to see if there's anywhere they are Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa. It is a damning indictment on Doyin as a leader in this country that he has to go and descend so low to look for a way to cop out of the responsibility and accountability he's been held to. It is so low. So Doyin Okupe was making an estimate of if person go tweet, he go write the name of the person, and at the end of the day, he gave a number 80%. 80%. It is insane what we are seeing in this country. It is seriously insane, no. But I trust Nigerians. Let us leave the issue and continue doing this like joke. 4 years of Tinubu will pass. Your welfare will go from 80% to 30%. Yeah, facing another.
It has never been 80%. It has never been 80. Now 10 to 0.
My brother, let us keep on acting the way we are acting. If you go to that comment, you see the shameless way Nigerians are saying, is it because P2P did not win the election? You will never be president. Like, who are you threatening? Do you threaten a pig with mud? Do you threaten a clubber with Jack Daniels? Like, what are we doing? I'm not going to do all this nonsense. I beg. Let me just move the mic forward. Real Best, are you there?
Yeah, Grandmaster, before you finish, in summary, what you've just said is the value system. It's just about values. And a man and if you look at these developed countries, it's because of the value system they put in their people. That's what's giving them the option to stand in front of things and say, no, we want the right thing. We do not have values. And they've eroded it, and that's where we are. And that's why you can come. The same people, someone said, the same people who stood in answers, and all of us were all insulting that Tinubu was part of those that gave the order, is the same people now that are now maniling or trying to rob one, this thing down.
Do you know that I'm seeing this utterances now from even people I call obedient? I'm taking a mental estimate. I just see them, I just laugh. Obedient are even tweeting this kind of things now as it is. Oh, it was actually a mistake supporting Peter Obi. Oh, God, go and support Tinubu. Here's what I'm talking about. Oh, God, go and, nobody they beg you. Nobody will ever beg you. You are inconsequential. Go and support Tinubu. Tinubu is going to run for his election again in 2027. Go and support him. When you are done, your body go here. So I think we have to normalize this, letting these people know that you are not doing anybody a favor in this country by looking for credible leaders that have the future, that have the future of the young people in this country at heart.
You are not doing any soul a favor. Rather, you are doing yourself a favor. So let's stop all these things we are doing. If Doyo Okupe comes out to insult a section of this country, he thinks he's doing. No, you are not setting them up. You are setting yourself up. And anybody who agrees with you when you make such a tweet, a leader in this country, does not know what they are facing. Extinction. We are battling cholera, for God's sake, in 2024. Cholera. Hey, Chineke, cholera in 2024. Go and check what causes cholera. And it will tell you exactly, it will paint the picture exactly what we are going through as a country. Cholera. And it's spreading like wildfire. Let's keep on deceiving ourselves. Read about best, please go ahead. Is it me or is Real Ever Best not speaking? I can't hear anything from him. If you're not speaking, Real Ever Best, please let's go to I think Ajibola is supposed to speak next.
Okay.
Real
Thank
Best, are you there? It's not
I
you,
am.
Grandmaster. Real Best is not speaking. Yeah, Jibola, go ahead, boss.
Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yeah, I
Real
can
Ever
hear
Best
you
is
now,
back. Okay, Ajibola, just let Real Ever Best go, and then we'll go to you, and we go to this man.
All right, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending where you're speaking from. I want to start by thanking everyone here that is on this space and for the important discussion that you guys are having a take on. There was a lady that spoke. I don't know whether it was Hosanna, that was talking about, this is not just Igbo affair. There are other people who are not Igbos. So on that note, I want to start by saying, yeah, what she was saying was quite right. The Obedient movement is not about Igbos, but I think it's so often that anytime anything happens, like it becomes a consensus on Igbo people. So that will now force the discussion to be about Igbo people. And if that is the case, I think some of us that shape narrative and hold space, that we should be very conscious of it and know how we control the narrative so that it will not always be about Igbo people, so that other people in the movement will not feel, will not feel lost in the whole thing. So as regards to people like Doyin, I think there is elite consensus in Nigeria, and that's discussion that we've not had, and that is why these things are happening the way they have. There is elite consensus in Nigeria that an Igbo man, even the people that come to support you, down deep in their mind, they are doing that to have a political talking point, to say, after all, I supported this person. They will not support you because they want you to get to the last point. They want to support you to score cheap political points. So that when things like this happen, they will come and say, but I supported an Igbo man. I supported Southeastern. The discussion about Nigeria should not even be about Igbo person. It should not be about Nigeria. Because I see when people come here, they say, Igbo people, we don't need pity. The thing is that Igbo people don't need pity. The reason why we are having the discussion is that the Nigerian people have been marginalized, the whole of us. I don't think there's any part of this country that has fared well because they've had somebody who has been a president. Buhari has just been for 8 years. Gowon was a president. Obasanjo was a president. Shegari was a president. And all these other presidents of Yaradua was a president. And he never solved the problem of their people. So let us just keep the side that an Igbo man has not become president. What about other people from other regions that have become president? Has it solved anybody's problem? Is there anything that has happened in the West that has made life so easy for the people in the West? Is there anything that has happened in the North to the point that they've had a president repeatedly during military administration? It was like all of them. Has anything happened different? It has not happened. So the marginalization we are talking about, the suffering we are talking about is the Nigerian people problem. If it's the case that other people have failed well, they've had best education, they've had best road, and it's just the only Igbo people that have not had. So all of us can come and say, let us pity Igbo people. So when people come and say, Igbo people, no, we are suffering. All of us are suffering. The reason why we discuss an Igbo man has not become president today is because the Nigerian system has failed. If Nigeria has worked, if in short, other people who has led Nigeria, whether you're from if everything has worked, I don't think we're having the discussion. The reason why we are still having that discussion is because things have not worked, and people say, perhaps an Igbo person should, give it a shot. But I think the consolation we have is that at least a lot of young people, and I remember when the lady said, all of us are not young people, but I think the energy is young people. I know there are a lot of older people too that is in this movement, giving us direction and all the rest of them. But you see that for some time now, people are getting conscious, especially a lot of young people who before this time they don't really pay attention to politics. They are now coming out, and the history of this country has not been told. Most young people don't know why they hate Igbo people. When they come and see Igbo people are like this, they don't know why. But their fathers has continued to feed them this narrative that Igbo people are this, Igbo people are that. But the truth about the matter is not about Igbo people. I wish the person who came from the West, who had become president, had done it right. I wish the man who came from the North had done it right. I wish the South man who was opportune to be. I wish they did it right. We wouldn't be having the discussion. It's because they failed. That was why we're having the discussion. I told people one of the reasons why Jonathan was so much hated. One of the reasons he was hated. Yes, he had all his flaws, but one of the reasons he was hated and removed by the way he was removed was because people felt that somehow he was giving Igbo. A lot of people don't want Igbo people to be in power. A lot of people don't want the people who immediately they make sure that you're not in power. They will be the person they will come the next day and say, "Oh, perhaps Igbo person should have, taken over." That after the civil war, that every other thing that has happened in Rwanda when they have the Rwanda genocide, after the whole event, people came together and had a discussion on how to move forward. When America had a civil war, the North and the South, they had from 1856 to 1855, 1856, 1857. That was a discussion that was had, how to reintegrate the South, how to about 14 million slaves, how to reintegrate them, discussion about citizenship and all that thing. So everywhere in the world where event, especially civil war, has happened, there's always been discussion on how to move forward. But in the case of Nigeria, that discussion, and we moved forward. Immediately that war ended, we went all over the places. We went to the South, we went to the North, we built houses, we lived, we intermarried, we did everything. And yet that was not,
Grandmaster,
coming to say,
relevant perspective, we lost a little bit.
okay, can you hear me
last
now?
time is we went to different parts of the country, build houses and live. That's where we lost.
Okay, I don't even know where I stopped.
Build houses.
I don't know.
Now there you stop.
Yeah, okay. I was saying that immediately after the Civil War, that we went all out to reintegrate without even proper discussion being had. We never said, "Oh, we must talk about it." So we did everything that was supposed to. But today they are still talking about it. I hope and pray that young people, that will have this energy that we have, will continue to speak about it. Perhaps people will come and know that it is not an Igbo problem. It is a Nigerian problem that we're fighting. And again, for our Igbo brothers, I had a discussion with somebody last time, and we talked about I'm this kind of person that is passionate about all these things. But you see, we must be on the table for us to discuss the Nigerian issue. We must be on the table. Nigeria belongs to all of us, and therefore, even if we have to decide to disintegrate tomorrow, we have to be on the table and discuss on how best to go about. We cannot be under the table. It is only a madman that will invite his or her enemy in his living room to have a fight. I want to take that again. It is only a madman that will invite his or her enemy in his living room so that they can have a fight. Nobody does that. No inch of Igbo land today should be destroyed because, we want to disintegrate. No Igbo man should die. No one of our property. And we should not open ourselves up. In as much as we say, there is injustice, we should be on the table. We should fight. We should be diplomatic. We should do everything to make sure no life will be lost. None of our property, because life has been lost already.
Can you hear Grandmaster, sorry.
I can't hear him.
Grandmaster, I cannot hear you, but he was speaking. We can hear Reliever.
I can't hear him.
Just tell him to round up in 1 minute.
Okay, so he was saying we should round up. Reliever, go ahead. Just round up.
All right, so for us, let us continue to preach, the message of unity. Let us continue to know that the problem we face today is not an Igbo problem. It's not a Yoruba problem. It's it's a Nigerian problem that all of us are suffering. I just hope and wish that the young people, because the people who can actually redeem this country today are, the young people, and also some of the older people who actually sees the light. They are the people that can actually turn this country over. One day we'll have a discussion in this country on how best to go forward. But before that is done, let us continue to fight this fight. Let us continue to be, in unity and in purpose. Forget other people, because a lot of things has gone wrong. people like that. People like Doyo Kube will not cease in our midst. We'll continue to see them, but let us not be discouraged. This battle can be won, but it's going to take a whole lot, but let us be prepared for it. No nation, has actually succeeded, by men who are fickle, hearted. So we must succeed if all of us come together and fight this fight. So that's just my own contribution. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone here. I can see Sweet Angel, I can't stop without talking about her. Then Madam Ankadede. Anyway, good morning, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Level Best. I know you can't hear me, but I want to just, say something back to Doyin Okukwe. You understand? You see, these 2023 elections have actually unraveled a lot of things, and I'm happy that Doyin Okukwe is one of them. This is a tweet that Doyin Okukwe made here yesterday. South Africa made history yesterday. The ANC formed a unity government with its closest rival, an ideological opponent. The DA lesson, I don't know what DA means. In politics, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. This truth is a constant. The politics of hate and bitterness is crude, medieval, and unprogressive. Now, let me answer Doyin Okukwe. You see, this is what I don't like. You understand? This is what I don't like. I hate this, this attitude of older Nigerians. You see that attitude of throw a stone, hide your hand behind your back, and act as if you did nothing. Doyin Okukwe is coming to preach to us about political differences, ideology, and politics of bitterness, being crude, medieval, and unprogressive. And using South Africa as a way to buttress his point. But Doyin Okukwe is refusing to tell the people who is directing this tweet at that South Africa had one of the most credible, free, and fair elections that Africa has ever seen. I was there. I was following the South Africans on the day of their election. I was following situation reports. And most of the things you keep hearing from them is, please stand in line. Don't go anywhere. Please just stand and vote. That they are going to take everybody. That the electoral officers are going to be there for as long as you stand in line, you are going to vote. I was not hearing South Africans saying, hey, talks have invaded this polling unit. Hey, police has chased away people from here. Police has scattered away ballot box. I did not hear this. And I was following this secretly for close to 3 days. That was the situation report that South Africans were given. What was happening during the election as it pertains to exercise of the right of their right to vote. Doyin Okukwe did not see that the Election Collation Center of the South Africans was a massive screen that was showing in real time votes coming from all provinces of South Africa down to the ward level. As the votes were coming, there were people computing these numbers, sitting in the same room as the electoral officers. They were receiving the numbers directly to their computer, and at the same time, it was being projected on the major screen. Doyin Okukwe did not see that. Can you compare this to the sham that we witnessed in Nigeria, where people with nothing but just paper will walk into a meet, like something that looks like a press conference, and start calling numbers that you cannot tell where these numbers are coming from? South Africans, they are tallying their number in real time. You can see the numbers increasing and changing in real time. Everybody was seeing it. The entire nation was seeing where the numbers they were reading out was coming from. No. Doyin Okukwe did not see these things. So when tomorrow South Africa forms a unity government, and the people that have lost an election can clearly come out and say, yes, we lost fair and square. Let us come together as a people and find a way to move this country forward. Doyin Okukwe will want to compare it with an electoral system that was rigged with, from the onset, police was cutting away ballot boxes. Policemen, thugs were chasing people away. There were shots were ringing out left, right, and center. Electoral officers absconded from their polling units and refused to show up. Right? Some of them locked the keypad, whatever password to their beavers.
and refuse to transmit results. And after seeing all these things, doing Okupe will shamelessly come and make such a tweet and make you feel like as if you that is saying, no, I will not accept this injustice, that you are the crazy one who is vile, bitter, and medieval and unprogressive in your thinking. Don't you all see where the problem is? Don't you all see where the problem is, by my people? When I know they see them, that these people will do these things that they do and come back tomorrow to try to gaslight Nigerians, make you feel like you are deluded, make you feel like you are the aggressor, make you feel like you are the one that doesn't want the country to work. When from the onset they do everything in their power. It is insane what we have to deal with in this country. It is insane what we have to contend with in this country. And after all this injustice, fat-fed cows like doing Okukpe, forgive my word, I have to say, will come and try to gaslight Nigerians into believing that, oh, you are the one that doesn't want this country to progress. Make it make sense. Guys, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm seriously tired. This is not right. Because he wants to be let free to let go of his special cases. That is why doing Okukpe, a man who sat next to Peter Obi multiple times, listen to that man speak, knows his heart, will come today and try to set his movement up and make it seem as if the Southeasterners are the ones who does not want the country to progress. We have a big problem in this country. Honestly, we are ready to address this country and face it head on. I don't think we're going to make any progress in this country. Let me move the mic forward. Ajibola, you have the mic.
Boss, you've said a lot, boss. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, Ajibola, I can hear you. Go ahead.
You said a lot, boss. But the only thing I just see is that I don't, maybe because you expect too much from him or for some individuals or people like us who already know what's going to happen. But people like us who has followed to the boost politics, how he has been able to maneuver a lot of people to his side over the years. People will call you by elders and the rest of them, and he has been able to maneuver all of them. So people like us are not even surprised by what they or some of them are doing. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I've been waiting. I've been expecting it of all. It's just from the campaign days of Peter Obi, I've been waiting for that day. I'm not surprised. See, whenever I come on space, I see some things. There are some people that will just say, this guy is bitter. This guy is this. This guy is that. See, let me tell you something, man. I said something. I said, you can't take away religion and tribe away when it comes to politics of Nigeria. You can't take those two things away. Religion and tribe, you can't take it away. Now, there is an inbuilt bigotry in every one of us. Now, enlightenment, our way of thinking, our way of life, the things we do, the way we are brought up, will now help you to change that narrative. Because you need to accept that we are three different tribes. Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, then there are other tribes too, the other ones from the southeast and from the south too. You understand? Now there is always going to be an inbuilt bigotry in every one of us, because even some southeastern too exhibits it too. That one is there. Now it takes some level of intelligence, it takes some level of maturity to have grown it, because it's there as a Yoruba person when you're growing up. It's there as an Igbo man, Igbo boy. When you're growing up, they will always tell you your tribe first. Some of them will tell you as far as going that you must marry from your tribe. Don't go and marry from another tribe. Don't do this, don't do that. Now, whenever I say, my tribe people are one of the dumbest, people will come and say, this one is the Yoruba guy, is selling out his Yoruba. So the people sat down and look at a way that he can use to succeed. Don't let me mention his name. That man sat down and look at ways that he can use to achieve his political aim, his ambition. And he saw that, this is the way. This is the path. And that's the path he's using. Take it or leave it. You see something about the Igbos. This is something I respect about the Igbos. See, the Igbos are mostly into trading. Anybody who is a trader will want a very good economy. Because when the economy is robust, they will sell. See, when I see people come and say Lagos, Igbos want to take over Lagos, I ask them, please, is GLV not a Lagosian? See, an average Igbo man knows what the economy says because he's a trader. He knows what the pocket of an individual says. See, the Igbo man is a trader in Lagos. Who are the people that are going to buy, that are coming to buy his lead? It is the Yorubas, the Lagosian, the Ogun States. They are the one coming to buy. The moment he starts saying that these guys are not turning up, something is wrong. It's a life economy is a vice versa. And the Igbo man sees that, oh, these people are not talking. Let's look for somebody else who's an alternative, who is from the tribe. Let's support him. Because we want a robust economy where you, the Yoruba man, can have money in your pocket to come and buy what I'm selling. If you don't buy, I don't sell, I don't make money. And you too, that means you don't have money. That means you're broke. And you have a man who have seen that the only way for him to achieve his aim in life is by turning like Yoruba to Amajiri, like what is happening in the north. And how is he going to do it? It's through bigotry. And the people, those who are supposed to come out, I keep telling people when I say my tribe is this, I say, when we saw what happened in the last governorship election in Lagos State, how many Yoruba elders came out to condemn what happened? How many? Show me any Yoruba elder today. Because now they have elevated people who are not worthy of it to become the elders. So you can't take it away from the Igbos. The Igbos will always be against bad government. Because of why? Because they are in trading. Because they do karakata in Yoruba. Yoruba call it karakata. Anybody who is into trading will never support a bad government because he knows it will affect the economy. How many Yorubas are into trading? Yorubas are more into education, the educational line. They are myopic. But an average people man into trading. And you understand that trading affects the economy. That is why it goes far and wide all over the world to go and look for how to survive, to buy and sell. So they understand the fact that no, the economy must not be bad. That's the only way. Once the economy is bad, they can't sell, they can't make ends meet. But you that just wake up, they just want 10 naira, 20 naira just to eat from you don't mind. That is where the problem is. It may be if we start enlightening our people now. To me, one of the biggest issues we have now is enlightenment. We need to enlighten our people. There is no way forward. I won't be surprised. See, do you think Yorubas like Tinubu? No, they don't. It's not as if Yoruba like, but most of them just keep short because the person who's competing with Tinubu is an Igbo man. And some of them just say to us, oh, it don't concern me. But they know that the man himself, this man is an evil. But they decide to keep quiet. Whatever that happens, that happens. That is the mood of average Yoruba on the streets. Go and check, go and ask.
Ajibola, just run up, my brother.
So the reality on ground is the only way forward when it comes to this, politicians will keep on pounding on it so long as we as individuals too, we have it in us. We have that trait in us until individuals themselves mature, outgrown it, and are ready to save themselves. Because because that is the only solution, that is the only gateway. It is not the same people that are castigating the Igbos that were there when 3 Obas in Lagos, in Ekiti State, were killed. What did they say? Nothing. So we, as an individual, we need to go back to the grassroots. We need to enlighten them that tribalism or all these things is not going to take us anywhere. It's not going to take us anywhere. Thank you very much. Let me take more of your time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ajibola. GRVP, are you back? Okay, great. Anytime you want to chime in, please do. My brother, I will keep saying this and I'll keep saying it. Nigeria is a country that I always struggle to understand. I can never understand Nigeria. I've never seen a people whose house is on fire and they are busy chasing after rats. That is Nigerians for you. How these people always tactfully come and throw in this ethnic and tribal, dog whistle into the fray, and then all of a sudden, it is insane. Look at Nigeria. It's been only one freaking year. All indices are in the minus. All indices are in the mud. Everything has gone wrong. I was watching a video the other day of a woman that went to the market with 450,000 naira. Everything she bought was on the floor. She was like in a small area of the kitchen. It was on the floor. She kept pointing it out. I was just looking. I was like, waiting be this. I remember those days when my mom, who was a teacher, when they paid her salary, they go from the state board where they paid her the money to main market to go and buy food. She will call my sister from school then, and two of my sisters come and meet me at the park. All of them go pack themselves, go down market because the things where they go carry, no before here. And all she uses for that thing is about 10, 12,000 naira. We go, they carry tomato, they come. We go, they carry, rice. We go, carry, bro, we need sometimes, we normally use this danfo to pack the food to come back home. And two of my sisters will still carry some other things and full alongside them. Today, 450,000 naira, barely anything on that ground. Nothing was there. Nothing that would last a family of 4 for 2 months. It wasn't there. 450,000 naira. These are the issues. And how Nigerians overlook these things and engage in frivolities of, people who are insulting me are from the... So what it is now is that Nigerians should simply shut their mouth and not complain, because if you complain, you are attacked to be from the southeast. But I'm happy that under that tweet, Nigerians went there to remind Doyin Okukpe, you cannot tribalize pain. You cannot tribalize suffering. Every Nigerian is suffering, and suffering seriously. So stop these things that you politicians do. Stop these things that you guys do, that every single time you throw this ethnic dog whistle into the fray, and then Nigerians will devolve into tearing themselves apart like dogs. It is insane that these things often come from leaders. Not if, God, let me move this mic forward, I beg. Let me move this mic forward. Please, I think the next person to go should be Frankly Speaking. Frankly Speaking, you go after it. Let's go to
Grandmaster, before they move, in short, like I told you, if you go and read on the diversity of poverty, you will now understand why all this keeps reoccurring and reoccurring. Just go and read on poverty, and you'll be shocked why you will still come back and will still make same comment because of the word poverty. And that is what PO was trying to eradicate. If you also look at what Jonathan did, the northern, he was building schools, elementary schools in the north. But where are they today? Because they understand.
Charlie, let me even tell you. I entered one Arewa space. That should be about 4 days ago. That was hosted in the night. Do you know what they were discussing? They were seriously lamenting that they allowed tribal politics to deprive them of the effort that Jonathan was making to rehabilitate the Amajiris in the north. They were crying profusely in that space.
They have not started. Did you see a senator? Amongst all the whole problems in this country, a senator opened his dirty, stinking buka cavity and was talking about cows? That's the kind of country you're in. And him and what's his name, Akpabio, they were deliberating on cows to the surface of Nigeria. That is the concept of the stupidity we have embodied and grown into a food giant in this country. A senator. They've not started.
Charlie, it is said that the problem, the problem you ignore today, will come back to haunt you tomorrow. Do you know why? I find it when I was listening to that space, I was feeling, I don't know what I was feeling, whether I should be feeling pity, remorse, or the feeling of I told you, because they were seriously. In fact, one of them came and washed them down. I said, we were telling you, this is not a Fulani, we were telling you these things in 2015. But you were blinded by silly loyalty to your tribe. And today, the problem you ignored are now coming back to haunt you. Those Almajiris are grown. They have learned how to move around with AK-47. Terrorist organizations are now recruiting them openly. The other day was in Borno State. They went to recruit, terrorists in Nigeria.
Yes, in an open space.
Did you see the people that were being recruited? They look like 2021. These are the Almajiris you ignored in 2015.
So why are you coming back today to come and cry that, oh, you guys made a grave mistake, that you should have allowed? Jonathan did a consult, oh, this man tried to ensure that the problem you're facing today was actually, alleviated.
Grandmaster, if you check this America where you did, Grandmaster, you feel enter now, go join American Army. But in this country, before you join army, you suppose know one general. Can 200 million persons know one general? Or one stupid excuses? And guess what has happened over the line? The same military that supported apartheid and helped quench it, Liberia and Sierra Leone, today they cannot defeat ordinary Boko, even if it was his business as usual. Because I don't carry on my brothers enter. Now my brother won't go send me and go die. So where is the patriotism? Because of I know person to join military police. That's how all these values have been eroded. And all these things was to keep, in quotes, in line, was to sideline any ethnic, blah, 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 they want to put around the whole circle. And you will see that when they do, and they're going to give quotation. Because when I come here, this one will bring 4 people, 5 people, 6 people. For people that want to die for a country,
Anyway,
you are
just
putting
let's go to
quotation.
my phone. Frankly speaking, please go ahead.
All right. Please, can you hear me? Hello. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Happy.
Please, just before you go, please, JRBTR, let's not bring anyone up anymore. So I can wind out this one. Today is Sunday. I want to go out. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and happy Salah. I joined the space to talk about the issue with Tony Okupe and his tweets. Now, there's something I just want us, because I was taken aback by the comments under his tweets and the surprise that a lot of people were expressing under the tweet he did yesterday. And I was glad to discover this space. Said to come on and just say 2 things. Coming from somebody who worked in a Lagos State government agency for 12 years from inception from 2008, I left in 2020. And I was working in the government for years. So there is something I want people to know. What I saw in there, you are dealing with a mafia system. You understand? Until we obediently realize that, you are dealing with a mafia system that originated from the southwest, and the man who is leading your country today is the one who built that mafia system from the ground up. And as long as this mafia system exists, you will still have more Doyokukwes, people that you never expected would do what they did yesterday. They would come out and do it as the years roll by. Because the truth is this: one of the major challenges of a mafia system, or one of the focal points of a mafia system anywhere in the world, in Italy, anywhere, in New York, anywhere, is to continue to uphold the image of legitimacy. That is the focal point. That is one thing they always want to do. Or at every point in time, always maintain the image of legitimacy. And apart from, doing it from within themselves, within the organization itself, they would definitely use perceived enemies that they can buy over to their side, to continue to uphold that image of legitimacy, to further their cause. They would also use armed forces. They would use people in law enforcement, everything, to always uphold that facade of legitimacy. And that is what you are seeing with Tony Okupe, Renu Omokri, Ben Murray Bruce, Daniel Bwala. You will see many more people. You will. All right. And what Okupe did yesterday is what Daniel Bwala has done, what Renu did over the time with all his tweets and all of that, and what you saw doing yesterday is the basic, how do I put it? It's common practice in a mafia system. If you plead loyalty to a mafia system, you must kiss the ring, and you must kiss it in public. Do you understand? If you in a mafia family in Italy, if you plead loyalty and fealty to the capo, you must kiss his ring, and you must do it in public. And that's what Doyin did. Doyin now has, and in this case now, in the case of Nigeria politics, dog whistling in a particular region is seen as the benchmark for pleading fealty and loyalty to to the man at the top. We saw how, what's his name? Brimo did it at some point. Brimo did it at some point. Sheyi Lord did it at some point. You understand? So, and I also want us to cast our mind back. If you doubt this thing I'm saying, cast our mind back to when Buhari started running for presidency in 2003. The North, you know, the kind of politics that the North runs is not a politics based on bigotry, because Buhari picked up Chuba Kadibo as his vice presidential candidate in 2003. Buhari also has Igbo friends along the line that also surfaced in 2008, but you know, could not speak to the Southeast to convince them to vote for Buhari. You understand? But you saw the way the brand of politics you witnessed in 2015, you know, that produced Buhari was not present from 2003, 2007, 2011. It surfaced in 2015, and who was in charge of the machinery that put Buhari up there? It was from the Southwest. It was from the Southwest. So what I'm just trying to say is that the way Lagos politics is run is a mafia system, and that mafia system is that if we cannot buy you, as in ask you to name your price, and you name your price and we buy you, we cannot do that. We'll threaten your business. We'll threaten something that is valuable to you. It could be your business, it could be your family. How many of us know that Dapo Sarumi lost his son in 2023 in Mushinde during the election? And Dapo Sarumi has always been one of the main agitators against the APC or the ACN or the AC in the Southwest. But Dapo Sarumi's son was shot point blank in front of his house in Mushin, 7 p.m. last year, before the election, before the governorship election. Go and check. So if they cannot buy you, if you cannot name your price, and they buy you over, they will go after something that you love. If it's not destroying your building or your business or you know, going after your way, your source of livelihood, then if that cannot shake you, then you'll probably end up paying the supreme price. And we all know what that supreme price is. You end up paying the supreme price.
All right, frankly, just round up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So we need to understand, and anytime that if you are the type that will then, you know, hold and accept their offers, and you come over to their camp, then you must kiss the ring in public. You must prove your loyalty to them in public. And that is what we saw doing yesterday, what he did yesterday. That's what Reno did, that's what Kuala did, that's what Emory Cruz has done, Duke and the rest. That is what they will do. That's what Wike did. You must kiss the ring in for the world to see that you are loyal to them. And then finally, before I yield the mic, I just want us to understand that whatever we are doing moving forward, as the years roll by and as the economy gets worse and the government continues to form, their only source or only way of maintaining status quo is to keep buying people over from the position and having them turn against those that they were leading in the past. So the sooner we stop responding and you know, feigning surprise when these people do these things, the better for us, and then we'll have our peace. So I yield it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother. So let's move the mic forward. Not Jasper, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Let's make it for 4 minutes so we can round up. Thank you. Go ahead. I can hear you. Jasper, go ahead. We can hear you. Jasper, are you there? No.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Grandmaster. Thank you so much. I think this time around, I'm still surprised why we should be still talking about tribal issue when we have a lot of things to talk about. Though, you know, everybody should know, even before this time, though, you know, Okube is like Femi Fani Kayode that can never be trusted. Even in a lifestyle, in another life, he can never be trusted. He shouldn't be. We shouldn't give these people this opportunity to trend. I think the issue of tribalism only ends in Nigeria. If you want to know what I'm talking, if it is true, ask people who live outside Nigeria. You never develop where you come from. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. We are brothers outside Nigeria. But when it comes to politics, we become enemy. And I'm still surprised at why this thing is happening. I lived in Lagos. I lived in Ojodubega when I was in Nigeria. And I can tell you, I left Ojodu because no landlord can give me a house, rent a house because I'm Igbo. I had to relocate to Amudofin, and my shop is in Ojodu. I always, every day, ran from Amudofin to Ojodu. So it's not something surprising to me. We are still in this struggle. I'm only in this struggle because when I see people like Mommy Bolanle and Dr. Ayo and a lot of other Yorubas who understand what is happening, it's a psychological warfare. It's like talk about the Igbos and every other tribe will join you, and that is it. And from 1999, all debate has always been in favor of the Igbos. Like you likely said before, in 2003, people forgot that Ojukwu ran for presidency. The Igbos did not vote Ojukwu, they voted for Obasanjo. We were not tribal bigots then. In 2007, Rochas Okorocha came out under this Labour Party. Igbos voted Yaradua. We are not tribal bigots. In 2011, Jonathan came out against Buhari, and Igbos have been avoiding this disaster, the same disaster that is happening. Igbos have been avoiding it, and all the indices shows that whatever they avoid, true, at the end of the day, all Nigerians are suffering. Only in 2003, just because P2B came up, we are now the worst of it all. And nobody can claim the fact that I'm Igbo. I am Igbo, and I will be Igbo till whenever it is. So I think for now, what I suggest we should do, we shouldn't give these people this opportunity to always use this tribal issue to trend and make, the more we do it, the more we bring people along this tribal line. We should talk about how to unite Nigeria, especially the youth, from the west, from the north, from the south, everybody. Because if Nigeria is good for everyone. And if it is bad, it's bad for everyone. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Jasper. Honestly, your submission was very apt. I liked it. Yes, like I said, most of the time these things, happen only within Nigeria. But I hate to be the harbinger of, bad news. This thing has gone beyond Nigeria as it is. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. Well, Jasper, we had a group of Nigerians where I am based, a WhatsApp group. We discuss issues during summer. We plan for summer, barbecue outings. If there's anybody who's about to do a wedding, we donate for the person's, maybe bridal train or whatever, groom, whatever they call it. When there's a party, maybe baby shower or birthday, or there's somebody needs an MC. So basically, we discuss as Nigerians, help each other out. Do you know that this group was in existence for close to the best of my understanding, close to 2.5 years? That group doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist anymore. Matter of fact, a lot of people that were in that group don't speak to themselves anymore. They avoid each other. Like when we literally meet ourselves, let's say we go to send money, for people that send money with all these things, and you see them, they don't greet themselves anymore. Like two strangers. Why? Because of this tribal politics. For some weird reason, this tribal politics was infused into the group, and the group devolved into throwing insults. I heard some of the worst tribal slurs in that WhatsApp group. The admin had to end up closing that group because it was not redeemable anymore. A lot of people started leaving the group. The group, we are about 80 something people in that group. By the time the group was closed down, there were only about 14 people left. A lot of people left. Most of the time, when I met those people in real life, they'd be like, The word they keep saying is that I cannot believe that these were the people I had been talking to all this while. I cannot believe these were the people I was inviting into my home. My brother, this is a very big problem in Nigeria. And I feel like the more we keep shying away from it, the more it's gonna keep coming back to haunt us. Look at people like Doyin Okukwe has now realized that this is a weapon, a potent weapon to use in getting back at those that criticize you. Instead of Doyin Okukwe to take the criticism that he is supporting a criminal which who he was campaigning against just about a year and a half ago, he's now in full support of that criminal. Instead of him to take that criticism, Doyin Okukwe has devolved into tribal, tribal and ethnic dog whistle. So, my brother, I hear you. We will forge forward, but let us not shy away from actually calling people out when we see these things. And I'll say this, my brother, nobody is doing anybody a favor in this country by voting a credible leader.
Exactly.
You are not doing anybody a favor. If you feel like, okay, you don't want to, oh, this person is a Yoruba man, is an Igbo man, is an Hausa man, and I hate these people so much that I cannot vote for them. Brother, now your body go hear up. Now your body go hear up. No be anybody they do. So let's continue doing what we are doing. At the end of the day, in Igbo they say, our watchers are go mile. You understand? After the race, we'll count how many miles we actually covered. We're going to do it in this country. Let me move the mic forward. So let me go to, I think it's Munachi that's supposed to go next. Munachi, please, you have the mic. Thank you.
Wow, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are spacing from. Thank you so much, Grandmaster, for this opportunity. A lot has been said, and we are still saying a lot. And I must tell you, these discussions we are having are very, 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 very important. We need to be having it so that let us even know, because what I noticed about some of these things that are happening today are this: our parents, most of our parents in our home, there are these kind of orientations that we had growing up, though it may not be, I may not have such orientation. You understand? Because when you see some people tweeting some certain things, posting some certain things, making some kind of comments, you will understand that this thing is inborn, as in they grow up with it. This kind of hatred we are planted in them from when they were born. Because when you listen to somebody, when I read what Dr. Doyin Okube said, I now realize that it's actually like a generational problem. You understand? This is what they've been fed their children. And that is the reason why you will see somebody come up, a youth, that you don't even know where you are going to find yourself tomorrow. You will be vehemently hating a particular tribe, not that they did anything to you, but because somebody said something against them, and it will be like they now transfer that hatred from first generation to second generation to third generation, and that is why it keep going on and on and on and on. We keep inheriting what we don't even know about.
I was in a space when a lot of people know who this guy is. He's called Big Daddy. You understand? He used his own mouth to say that the hatred he has for P2B and his people, he is going to transfer it to his children and ensures that his children continues that hatred. I kid you not, in the name of God, this is what somebody said in his space. So you can clearly see that these kids stand no chance in life. You understand? So it's funny that we actually always thought this thing was a myth. You understand that it was a myth, but when somebody came up in a space and openly said such a thing, what exactly are we talking about then? Anyway, continue.
All right, thank you so much. You know why? Growing up, to be honest with you, let me use myself personally. as an example. While growing up, we had, I know in a particular time in my secondary school, I have a particular classmate. I think that was in JSS3, early 2000. You know, this guy, Tosin, is a Yoruba guy, and he was at the school I went to is in the east, and the way we mingle, there is nothing like difference between that. Say this one a Yoruba guy or this one, because even in the class we are taught not to speak Igbo. If you speak Igbo in a class, they will write your name, you are in trouble. So all of us are trying to force English. So there is no issue of this all this I call it disparity or this segregation. You understand? So that's understanding we are there.
Grandmaster, sorry,
If
sorry. I beg no vex. You get what say? You know, when we are talking about the thing, Grandmaster, we are talking of national unity here. So, in schools, I think everybody, right? All of us will go to school, right? They will only stop you from speaking pidgin English or native. They will want you to speak English. That one is general, not be only Igbo language, please. Grandmaster, I don't know if you. I believe this. I think this is the right thing to do, right? So even when we condemn every trade on any tribe, but don't come and say the end stop you from speaking Igbo. They stop you speaking every languages. In my school, you don't speak Yoruba, you speak English. They want you to speak English. So I think that one is Africa something.
You misunderstood him. He didn't get the point he was making. He was just no. He probably didn't get the point he was making. I also got his point he was making that we knew that in Nigeria, even in high school, I did half of my school for my SS1 to SS3 in Lagos. We are also stopped from speaking any other languages. You understand? So it is a common practice, everywhere in Nigeria.
Yes. So let him not come and say they stop him from speaking Igbo. Don't say they stop. They stop from
No, he
speaking
said Igbo
local language
because he
local.
was in the southeast. He said it. You understand? He wouldn't possibly have said they stopped him from speaking Yoruba or anything because they don't speak those languages here, right? There, right? So I think he was specifically speaking about Munachi. Am I right?
Yes, thank you so much. What I'm saying is that that there is this the way we cooperate and the way we mingle with those that are not Igbos in our class. That is the point I am trying to make. There is no this issue of hating this person or hating this person. So what I am saying is that those mentalities, we are not there as at that time. So where all this hatred emanates from is what I really don't know. And when I hear someone like Doyin Okukpe, writing some of these things here, I now understand that some parents, maybe because of their level of insecurity, because of their level of, they want to feel relevant. And come to think of it, I have been thinking, most of these so-called elites, most of these called big men, do they really dabble into some of these tribal something? You cannot tell me now that Dangote will, as a businessman, will stop doing business or supplying the business is producing in some part of the country because he doesn't like that particular country, that particular region. No, even the man most of these people are fighting for, the man that is in Aso Rock today, I think his son married an Igbo man, isn't it? Most of these elites has a way. Sorry, you woman. Sorry, forgive me. Most of these big men, all this is, they have a way of associating, but it is only these people that want to feel relevant, that want to feel belong, that are playing all this tribal card. To me, we have seen it, and just like you said, Grandmaster, that this election 2023 exposed a lot of things. He exposed the good, the bad, the ugly in our midst. So it is left for us, you that is carrying tribal something on your head, you don't know where you will find yourself tomorrow. Because in my office, if you come and I notice that you have this issue of you carry tribe for head, you don't stand a chance. And this is what some of these things can cost you in the future. So what is all this was about? Today, Igbo man is your enemy. Tomorrow, that Igbo man may be your savior. We don't just know. And for the fact that this thing is being propelled by the young generations that are supposed to love each other, I really don't understand. Thank you so much. Are you for now?
Okay, thank you very much. So let's keep it at 4 minutes, guys, so that we can quickly just exhaust the speakers and call it a day. Because me, if I don't tire, I guess something so I want to. Dr. Lu, I see you. Let me allow Harry was there before and he fell off. Let me allow Harry go. Then we'll go to Happiness and then we'll come to Joseph and then Dr. Lu. But please, let's keep it very short, 3 or 4 minutes if possible, so that everybody can speak. Thank you very much. Harry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday and happy Father's Day to everybody. This Father's Day they confuse me because for Italy we don't already do our own past like 2 or 3 months ago. So, happy Father's Day to everybody in Nigeria. Anyways, Doyin Okupe. I don't really want it to be about Doyin Okupe because the unveiling of some people. I am too, or I have become Nigerian enough to the extent that some things they no longer shock me. I just need to look at this person and be like, okay, uh, you are revealing some inner traits that you've tried to hide for a long time, but it is not working. Um, that being said, I will also say, or let me come back to the topic of the day, using him as a point of contact to reach every other person that are like this man. um, I think, like somebody said earlier while I was here, 2023 has revealed a lot of things to Nigerians. And if you're not wise, you've not become fully Nigerian or a full-time Nigerian that really wants to save the country or wants the betterment of the country, then you're really slow. Like, you're very, 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 very slow. Back to doing. This man has supported a lot of people. He has worked closely in the government. He has gone against his boss too. So these characters are not new to me. But I just want to relate to something that has become something I would like to call the lowest common factor. The lowest common factor amongst people like this, because okay, let me also use his tweet as a point of contact too, because his tweets particularly mentioned a region, and which happens to be my region, and I will also reply him in that vein or say something to him in that vein, because it has become the lowest common factor of a lot of people that, like he said, most antagonists of people that support Peter Obi, to find out or to notice that the people that are attacking or antagonizing you every day online or even offline, people from a particular region, 80%, like Donyo Kukwe said. I have also come to find out that most of these people, they really don't believe in the one Nigeria or the unity kind of message they think they've pushed or they are trying to push. To cut my story short, because most of the times, you guys know, or as you guys know, I receipts they talk for me. I know they like talk too much. So I was going to publish this before I came back online. I just let you guys hear it firsthand. There's a publication about Donyo Kukwe from PM News on it's. Let me go back and see. It's from May, I think May 1999 or 2000. Oh my God, yes. It's from it's from 1995, November 2023, 1995. He said, he was talking in an interview, and he said Nigeria is heading surely for a split. I'm just going to read the first 4 lines or 5 lines of that interview. Frontline politician Chief Donyo Kupe says the Nigerian dream is heading for the rocks, and that the country seems destined for a split. So characters or words like this or his don't really move me anymore, because I'm starting to think if you speak like this, or you speak with, or from the both sides of your mouth, it actually means you don't really want Nigeria to get better, or you are slow and you don't know what you want as a Nigerian. Thank you very much, guys.
Ari, I beg, no bring my WAEC results come out.
No worry, no worry, no worry, no worry. Now your jam result I dey look for. Your jam
I
result.
beg, no go that side, though. That is why I did not get admission. I still they go village six.
You should be a great man. Study from home. No need to go to school.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, bro. So, Dr. Olu, I think you are the one going next. Good evening. Abi, good morning.
Okay, let me just go. Thank you very much. Well, I won't take time. The reality is that you guys have said a lot of things, especially Grandmaster. As what I can say from doing your coupe is, to be honest with you, is that everything go south or went south the moment the guy was called by EFCC or started having issues with a court case. And who knows? I believe that probably part of the deal is to start hating Peter Obi indirectly and try as much as possible to disseminate his popularity. Because if you look at the political terrain currently, obviously the only viable political opponent we have now is Peter Obi. So indirectly, Tinubu already he's trying to map out how he's going to campaign against 2027. And his goal is probably to ensure that Peter Obi is painted as an ethnic bigot. All the whatever from Reno, Mercury, Daniel Boala, all of them, the only tactics they are having now and they want to be using is to continue to remind people that this particular tribe is this particular tribe is this, so that there will be more hatred towards that particular tribe in order to jeopardize Peter Obi aspiration. But the good news is that, which is not really good, but the reality is Tinubu is not compensating with his performance in the governance. There is more poverty, there's more hunger. So people that are probably going to soak that kind of ethnic jingoism, they are not even their level of reason now is about how are they going to survive. If you check your Twitter line, even in public spaces, how often have you seen the Northerners talking about that kind of terrain? Because, okay, let's assume that they said this man is this. The alternative is Tinubu, and they can see how bad this guy has performed. So in reality, I'm happy that we are quickly doing it. I'm really happy with this space that we are trying to do a counter to counter whatever the guy is saying. And I'm so happy how people quickly shut him down, because even going by the comment and the likes, you can see there are a lot of discrepancies, which shows that people now know what is right. I still believe that man is just a disappointment. At certain level, at least I can still understand Reno and Buala. Those guys are still like in their 50s. But if you're already approaching 70 something, automatically in 20 years' time, you are likely not to be viable enough to even know what is going on in Nigeria. So why can't we just decide to keep short? But as you all know, Tinubu is so wicked and so powerful that all he just needs is to buy people. So I feel we should not be discouraged and we should not be moved. It's the effect of his court case that I think is affecting him, and we should not relent in continuously counter whatever narrative they are bringing. And I'm very happy that whatever they say is just that they are just even justifying the fact that P2B is actually the most political figure that is affecting their position. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Olu. Rewan has been here. Rewan, can you speak now? Rewan, can you speak?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, I can speak
yeah, I
now.
can hear you
Good
loud and
morning.
clear. Well done, Igbo.
Oh, good morning. God bless you, Godmaster. GRVP, God bless you. Then my man, I'm seeing Ari here. He just spoke before this other guy spoke. God bless you, Ari, so much. Let me start from Ari. Let me appreciate you first, Ari, because when after the elections, I was down. That is the fact. I was down. The morale was down, everything. And then I saw, because after the election, then the price of material has really gone up that we could not able to, as in there's no customer is bringing work. Then I'm on Twitter and I'm seeing only Ari. I'm saying it to God here, only Ari fighting because.
Red one, are you using headset? Are you using?
Yeah.
Man, that was a hard one. I think everyone you're using headset or network. Okay.
The only one
So
money. The
I'm
only
here.
one money.
I'm
Jazz,
here.
you want money. The way they hustle for Rewan since this morning, I don't understand again. Anyway, Rewan, go ahead.
So can everybody hear me?
I can hear you better now.
Okay. So like I said, so I have to appreciate Ari so much. So let me start from him. Then before I go to the other people. I mean, this and the Okupe and the likes. 'Cause I'm not surprised by their antics. So after the elections, I was down, no motivation and everything. Because they labeled me different sort of names, insult and everything. Again, the spokesman of the obedience in my vicinity, which I took. So then I saw Ari how he fought this bigots and everything. Every morning I come online, I see him. Then I was motivated again. I went to that same place that I always talk, and they could see. And now today, whenever I'm talking, they always silent. So on the issue of doing Okupe, I'm not surprised.
Why?
I'm not surprised. So no, I'm not surprised because like I told people you see this you see all these people doing Okupe. I don't want to mention this Reno and all this and Ebola and everybody. See, 2023 election, like I said and I predicted, it will expose many people. 2023 election will expose. I told them before the election, I said many people that you respect, your pastors, your professors, everybody, 2023 election will expose them for who they truly are. So me now seeing the Okupe and the likes want to tarnish the image of Peter Obi. It's not surprising at all. And like I said, expect more people to try and tarnish his image. Sit down and expect people that have worked with him, like what you are hearing now, even the so-called obedience for different obedience from Bar, for Asun, for Izodima and everything. Expect more of those kind of people again. We are going to see them, but it is with the obedience. Like I said, we own the social media, we own the space, we are in charge. So it is we that will now decide what is the fate of our leader Peter Obi. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Are you hearing me? Okay. So like I said,
Yes, we can hear you.
so like I said, whenever I come to our bus stop, very, very popular bus stop, and when I'm talking, I talk with facts and everything. Now, as I'm talking to you now, they want to try and tarnish the image of Peter Obi. That is the fact. And I told them, as after 2 years, all of you become obedient. And I make reference in one of the posts that I made that has gone viral now. That I said, in Yoruba, those people, they came to meet me and they want to join this obedient movement. I told them, which work are you doing? You must have something doing first. And number two, you now, after then, number two, you must not be a tribal, because our movement is not about the Igbos, the Edo, obedience are for everybody. You understand? So in doing that, as I'm talking to you now, see, every pure water seller now in Nigeria is obedient. Every kekemawa, every korope, because now it is like the rich against the poor. And then Peter Obi is seen now as the face, not of only the youth, and of the poor and the oppressed people in Nigeria. An elderly man, a Yoruba man, when the man just asked me, this man is a landlord, he's about 80 years. According to him, he has 4 wives. He said, he was asking what they know me as a spokesman. I said, Kini Peter Obi Shegongo, Timothy, like, what has he done that everybody's against him? And I said, nothing. That is, he said, because every day what he reads and what he saw is everybody seems to be against your leader. I called him my leader. I said, your leader, Peter Obi. I said, Peter Obi has not done anything wrong. Then he said, such a man, such a man is who people should follow. You know what I mean? So people are now beginning to see that the obedience movement, like I said in one of my posts, I said, is bigger than any political party. Take it or you leave it. The people, because me, I'm on ground. I'm on ground. The obedient movement is bigger than any political party now in Nigeria. Take it or you leave it. But the people are tired already. So the only thing now to do is to attack the of the obedience. That's what they are doing. Attacking the man. Now they see that this man, the corruption case against him how do I put it? Is not in existence. So they have to attack him through his tribe first. So if anybody wants to, how do I put it? If any so-called influencers, failed politicians, failed anybody that has failed, in any of his endeavors, if he wants to now trend, is to mention Peter Obi alongside his tribe. Oh, obedience are IPOB members. How can you call me an IPOB member? How?
Rewa, can you
How
run up
can
in
you call
1 minute?
obedience IPOB member? Hello? Okay.
No, run up in 1 minute. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Like I said, okay, let me round up now. So how can you say the obedience people are IPOB members? Like I said, when they said all obedience, no, all everybody that's against the president now, Parliament is a bastard. I said I'm the if supporting Peter Obi is a bastard, then I labeled myself then king of bastards. Then, like I said, almost all of them are come to apologize. They've seen the light. So now is to attack Peter Obi and to attack his tribe, to make him a tribalistic person. But as far as, like I've always been telling them, as far as me cannot work, and I'm seeing something like that Ari is doing.
Man, we lost you. I think you're having a network problem. Everyone.
Yeah, let happiness go. Happiness, then Joseph, then we have Chidini.
Happiness go.
Yeah, and then Churchill.
Grandmaster, but I say you go turn this short space to long space. So
No, I know fit to I get life. I don't want to discuss this doing of waste of my time. I want to go enjoy my life outside.
I don't mistakenly remove everyone for space. So
Now your person, I know you the hustle house this morning, but I like everyone, my guy. The thing is the way you bring them up, people like say the guy can't owe you money, self join. But no, let's move the mic forward.
Everyone don't tips me now. He don't give me money.
Yeah, we have like requests. So let's quickly, take the speakers and bring the remaining people up.
Please, can we do 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Please, I will be checking time now. Ejo, maybe follow time, I beg. Mr. Happiness, go ahead, sir. Happiness under Tulumbu.
My brother, good afternoon. Grandmaster. This Daniel Kupe, this thing, how I see it is that he's just a man that have lost his way and is trying to do anything just to get traction. That's how I see it. First and foremost, you have to understand, he has been saying a lot of things. Nobody has paid attention to what he's saying, although we criticize it low-key, but he knows that once he goes ballistic, which I see the ballistic, which is if you talk about in a warfare, the atomic bomb you throw in Nigeria that will cause an uproar is when you go on ethnic baiting, like calling ethnic, and the only ethnic group they will call to get such this thing is an Igbo. So that's why Donyo Kupe decided to go that ballistic. So for me, I'm not surprised. If you remember on Chino Achebe, he says something on his book in 1983 where he says that the trouble with Nigeria, he says that Nigeria will probably achieve a consensus on no other matter, all right, other than their common resentment of Igbo. So if you look at it, Donyo Kubena is appealing to those Ronu people. You see them, those guys who have this kind of Igbo resentment. Now, you see them tweeting, trying to exonerate or trying to support Donyo Kube on what he said. So this is the Nigerian politics. So if you look at it, Nigerian politics was created on the back of Igbo, Igbo ethnic group. Because if you look at the two factions that control Nigeria, right from independence to today, is Akintola fashion and Sadana, Ahmadu Bello fashion. And these guys, you know what they stand for. So these are the two factions who have a grip of power in Nigeria. And these people are not national, how do I say it? They are the people who
inculcated this hate, like put this politics of hatred on Igbos. They are the one that brought it to mainstream. So if you look at it now, that's how I see it. But if you going forward now, what do we do about Donyo Kugbe? I see that he will just fade away because he's just looking a way to appeal to the government in power. So for me, I see it like that. But one of the main things that made me requested the mic was when you talk about South African election, how they play reverse psychology, try to compare South African election to Nigeria. If the election was conducted in a free and fair manner, the way South Africa conducted it, like you say, brother, nobody will complain. We'll join hands together, respecting the will of the people. But this is a case whereby the election was not free and fair. You saw all the whole thing that was meted on Igbos, even though MC Oluomo coming out and saying, if you are Igbo, don't vote. He even went on national TV and saying that if you know you don't vote for APC, where did we see that in South Africa? Okay, so Bodon Yokube now coming to play reverse psychology on us, trying to make it look like we are all. And I like what you say, Grandmaster. You see, we need to hold grudges in Nigeria. And there's something Don Yokube said. We say that politics of interest or interest is permanent. Any interest that makes you to go away on your own principle, personal principle, what you believe in, like any interest that make you to compromise on your standard principles, that interest is dubious, that interest is devilish interest. So any interest that makes you to go and leak your split, that interest should not be tolerated. So when politicians want to do anything they talk about interest. Which interest are we talking about? It's about their selfish interest. It's not about the interest of the country. If you check in America, Republican, Democrat, they can disagree, but American interest is American interest.
Grandmaster, can I say something now?
Thank you.
Hello, Grandmaster, can I say something now?
No, sir, hold on. Someone was speaking. Just hold on. Let him finish. Just hold on. Happiness, go ahead. Round up in 1 minute.
I think I've rounded up because I've said what I wanted to say. Because is that
Okay.
your South African thing that brought me up when Donald Kube wanted to play that vice psychology or not? That man should go and mind himself.
Okay,
Thank
sorry,
you.
I forgot that click growth has been here since the onset. Jesus Christ, my brother, no vex, I beg. I've just realized that you are still here. Please click growth. Go ahead, please. You have the mic. Oh, he fell off again. Okay, Joseph, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone, depending on where you are speaking from. I don't know if you guys can
Your
hear me
background is
clearly.
very noisy, Joseph. Can you go to somewhere that's a little bit quiet and then?
It's okay, no problem.
All right. You'll be here. I'll keep you in the speaker section. All right. Let's go. Okay, bro Dan, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, hello?
Okay, are you
Okay.
there? Okay, bro Dan,
Yeah.
just hold on. Let's Joseph finish. Joseph, go ahead. 3 minutes.
So, thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you for the privilege and for the opportunity to be able to air out my view on this piece. So, I don't know if you guys can hear me clearly now.
Yes, it's better. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't want to take too much of our time with regards to this subject matter, but I think the last speaker almost say what's on my mind, and let me just add a little about it. I think I know we all want this country to move forward, and that's why everybody are on the side of speaking towards Ogundipe's action and his withdrawal from the Labour Party. But I think if we are to continue in this manner, we will not be able to strike a balance because we still have the likes of Ogundipe around us, and though they have not come out openly to state their essence or what they want or how they intend to go about it, but we should try and look from Ogundipe's point as well. Please let nobody come hard on me. I'm trying to see how we can be able to be rational about this. And because I was seriously criticizing him, then when I read through his tweet, he said, okay, he wanted a Southern leader and he was privileged to serve under the Labour Party. But when he saw that the Labour Party lose the election, then he had to retract. And now I don't know if he have left for PDP or is still sitting on the fence. And that instead of him being still hobnobbing with the likes of Obi and Labour Party and then be backbiting or not doing the right thing, is it not better he just come out openly and say, okay, look, what my goals were was to see that we have a southern president, and at least I was hoping that the presidency may come out from the southeast, but unfortunately it came from the southwest. And so I'm trying to see how we can be rational about this before, because whether we like it or not, we have the likes of Ogundi pay more than 1,000 plus in the Labour Party movement. Some have not come out openly, some are close allies, some are even the ones that are being busy moving with Obi. The thing is, everybody wants to use Labour Party to trend. Many people in our midst. Because if you check during the time of that election, I was not even coming out on Twitter to talk or anything, but I know the issues I had with regards to trying to market Labour Party. I was marketing Labour Party at my own pace, even though it was little. But many people and many politicians. So once they see that their hands are not clean, they come to Labour Party to clean themselves. Once they clean themselves, they move. So I don't think there's too much time or need to be spending time to be criticizing Ogundi Pace action or what you have done on the legs. And then Grandmaster too, you made point with regards to our South African election. South Africa, I used to tell people from my own point of view and how things are done. As far as Africa is concerned, Nigeria is a heterogeneous country. It's not monogeneous. It's not like I think even the Southwest alone. I have not been to South Africa, but should be able to be big enough to cover South Africa. But I'm privileged to be in Ghana. I'm privileged to stay in Accra, and I've traveled some of this country, Benin, Cotonou, and the rest. This country are likely to be monogeneous country. So it doesn't take one day to rule this country. It doesn't take 10 years to become a president of Nigeria due to the ethnic base, how heterogeneous Nigeria is, and the complexity. And I don't know if I'm taking too much of my time, but once my time is up, please
It's
call
okay.
on
You
my
have
phone
one more
again.
minute here. 1 minute.
Okay, and then thirdly, now many of the people who are on this social media or who talks on social media are predominantly from the southeast, southwest, and south. So you see, the northerners, check it. Even if you say I missed all of us that are here now, you may find at least 2 or 3 northerners here. So there too, they don't come out or anything. And even I think let me just hand over the mic because my time is already limited. But you try and see it from my own standpoint. You guys, let's strike a balance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. Your mic is disturbing. Joseph, thank you. I hear what you said. Yeah, I hear what you said. Yes. Let me first of all correct something. South Africa is not a homogeneous country. South Africa has ethnic groups. They have the Khoisans, they have the Shonas. I think they have the Zulus. They have the colored people. They have white people. They have Indians. They have Pakistanis, Lebanese. It is a typical heterogenic country, just like Nigeria is. The only difference is this: they are smart enough to put their country ahead of their tribal interests. Simple. And that is why when they conduct an election, it is free and fair, and everybody can observe those elections. Now, what you said about Doyin Okukwe, no, nobody is attacking Doyin Okukwe. In fact, Doyin Okukwe is the attacker. Let me correct that. Nobody is attacking Doyin Okukwe. Doyin Okukwe is the attacker. He made the tweet. We are only reacting. And then you can come and say that Doyin Okukwe supported a P2B, did not work out. He's now supporting somebody else. On the surface level, as somebody just being a. But me, it tells me this is somebody that has no principles, no integrity, because P2B and Tinubu are polar opposite of itself. If P2B is Mercury, Tinubu is Pluto, planets apart. There's nothing that connects P2B to Tinubu. The only thing is that connects them is that they are both politicians. So if a Doyin Okukwe can claim he supports P2B today, and in under a year, or even less than a year, he is now supporting the person who is a polar opposite of the person he claimed he was supporting, then Doyin Okukwe is a skanky politician. He's a stanky politician. He's a smelly politician. He has no integrity, and I'm not going to take him seriously. But beyond that, that is his prerogative who he supports. What we are not going to accept is somebody coming up on a social media to type, is it a coincidence that nearly 80% of those who insult, abuse, disparage,
and are intolerant of my views on this platform are from one ethnic nationality. So, my brother, Doyin Okugbe is a bigot. Because I keep saying it, if somebody makes a tweet, and before you read the tweet, you first of all looked at the name of the person, where the person is coming from. Is the person a Muslim or a Christian? And if these are the things that are going to decide whether you're going to take the person's tweet seriously or not, my brother, you are already a prejudiced human being. You shouldn't be looking at people's name. Look at the content of the message they are passing, regardless of who is passing that message. But what is showing me in this tweet is that Doyin Okugbe deliberately is going through the names of people who are replying him. This is my own hypothesis, right? And is singling them out and saying, oh, this one is Igbo, this one is Igbo, this one is Igbo, this one is not Igbo. And at the end of the day, he compiled a list and came to close to 80%, whether real or fake, of those who are attacking him at Igbo. Sorry, my brother, there are some utterances and statements that are not expected of statesmen, especially elderly ones like Doyin Okugbe. I can tolerate, or we can tolerate this nonsense from Banga boys. We can tolerate it from people who do tribal banter every day, not from a person like Doyin Okugbe. That is a terrible way to approach politics. When you are trying
Grandmaster,
to set
please say
people up.
passive statement, I beg. It's passive.
Okay, let me just use the word passive statement. But at the end of the day, Kenny, you will not disagree with me that there are some level of accountability and responsibility that person like Doyin Okugbe, being in the public domain, should be able to show when dealing with issues. And this is not it, my brother. So no, nobody is attacking Doyin Okugbe's position in politics or where he belongs. If he wants to be a political prostitute, ain't nobody give a damn about none of those, right? But when you come and try to throw in tribal dog whistles into a tweet that's supposed to address a nation, then you are a mess. And I'm happy, like I said, that a lot of people from all parts of this country have gone under that tweet to remind Doyin Okugbe, no, it is not the people from a specific tribal ethnicity that are attacking you. It is actually Nigerians. And if Doyin Okugbe is intelligent enough, he should have taken that tweet down and apologized. But the fact that the tweet is still standing 22 hours after he made it tells me that he knew exactly what he was doing. And I will treat him the way I want to treat him. Thank you very much, my brother. So please, click growth. You have the mic. Please, after you, let's go to Chidility. Sorry, to Churchill and then to Chidility. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy Sunday to you all. Okay. I want to ask something. I've been curious about this. I remember when P2V was campaigning for election in 2023. He said in different occasions, do not vote for me because I am from the Southeast or because I'm an Igbo man. Do not vote for me because I'm a Christian. Do not vote for me because you're my brother or my sister, but vote for me because of competence, character, and other things he mentioned. But have you noticed that most of these bigots, most of these ethnic jingoists, what they always talk about is P2V is an Igbo project. But I ask this thing. One problem with Nigerian people, and that is why this country will never move forward except we stop all this nonsense. We don't like to hear the truth. Nigeria was built on lie, and because of that, we keep on deceiving ourselves because of that lie. My question is this. If P2B is an Igbo project, what is wrong with that? If P2B is an Igbo project, what is wrong with that? What crime did the Igbo people commit in Nigeria? The last time I could remember, Igbo people are the only tribe in Nigeria I know that have never fought anybody. Igbos, they don't look for trouble. I grew up in the East. If you see Yoruba or an Hausa person that did something wrong and people want to beat the person, people will say, don't do, you want to beat somebody that is your visitor. Don't do that one. They will come and protect that person. But it will never happen in other places. After my secondary school, I came to Yoruba land in Ibadan. I went to Gwagi Market where other people, a very big space of markets where people, then I was very small, where people used to defecate because that's abandoned shops. There's bush there everywhere. But this gang of guys, they caught me and colluded with policemen. These guys punished me throughout that day. I went to defecate there because I was having a running stomach. They caught me and sent me to a very big a refuse dump that I should be packing all the refuse dump. If you see heap of the refuse dump, it's like 2 or 3 story building. You know how it is normally refuse dumps. I was packing. What they were saying is Omoibo. I don't want to go ethnic line here, but then the thing is, there's this general hatred against that name Igbo in Nigeria. Haven't you wondered that whenever someone make a post and try to blackmail Igbos, it generates a lot of engagements, and mostly other people tend to support it. But you can hardly see anybody come and make any bad comment about other tribes, major tribes. Let me not mention names. You see people trying to say, oh, don't do that, don't do that. We're not even getting to that. Don't just do tribal something here. Don't. But once as it is Igbos, you see people. Okay, they said in Lagos, Igbos want to take over Lagos. That was why they fought. But throughout during that election, nobody was able to mention one Igbo person that said Lagos is no man's land. I keep asking this thing, what is wrong? Why is it, what is the wrong thing that Igbo people did? For an Igbo man to succeed in Nigeria, he has to be extraordinary. He has to be so extraordinary that it takes a blind man not to even see that good thing before that man will succeed, even when they are succeeding. So I ask this thing, is it because of hate? Is it because of jealousy? Is it because of what? That everybody is just like us. I know there's exceptions. There are so many Yoruba people that are not tribalistic, but it seems that majority of them are tribalistic, or maybe the ones that are not really openly
Oh,
speaking against it.
my brother, let's not please make this about any ethnicity. Let's focus on doing Okukwe. I wouldn't use that word because it will be one Lagos state, and we know the people who occupy Lagos state. You understand? So let's leave that one, please. That's follow. Just round up in 1 minute, 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, I'm saying that because I sometimes when I see series of things that happen, this professor that they call Professor Graduate or whatever they call him, when he comes up, he told the same line that Doyin Okupe told. He went to prison because of Biafra. Because of that, he now had the right to denigrate Igbos or denigrate someone who is from the southeast because he once went to prison. Like what Doyin Okupe said, that he campaigned for Peter Obi because he believed in southern or southeastern candidates. But since he lost, he should not continue fighting against the government. Then what is fighting against the government? Is if speaking against the wrong things that the government is doing? Is that fighting against the government? So everybody should just come and start licking the ass of Tinubu because he won the election. Even though me, I don't believe that he won the election. But since he's the one there, does it mean that if he's taking wrong policies that are punishing the people, people cannot speak up because he's from a certain part of the country? It's so baffling. We have a lot of questions to answer, but it's just let me stop it there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother. I there's one particular point you made that I agree with completely. You asked a question. They say that people say P2B is an Igbo agenda. I asked, what then is the problem if it was? You understand? Because it is okay for Nigerians to come to a consensus in 1999 and say, oh, because of the injustice that was done by to the Bashar, the MKO Abiola, let us, yield this position to a region. Nobody contested it. The two people that contested the elections were from the same region, Olufalaye and Obasanjo. Nobody interfered. It is okay for Buhari to come back in 2015 under the mantra of it is the turn of the North. Nobody bats an eye. Nobody asks a question. Nobody says, oh, why is it in a democratic dispensation we are talking about whose turn it is? It is okay for Tinubu to stand on a podium in Ogun State and say,
it is the turn of the Yorubas. And if it is the turn of the Yorubas, it is my turn. Nobody bats an eye. Nobody asks nobody sees anything wrong with this. But when a P2B comes out and says, do not vote for me because I'm a Christian, because I am from the Southeast, because I am this, I am that. Vote for me because I appear to be the most competent person as of today to fix the issue. And I have the empathy and the character to go about it. Nigerians, Igbos have been tormented ever since then with chants of you are insulting, you are rude, you understand? You are this, you are that. Why? But these same people have been voting in this country since 1999. It's been 7 election cycles. 7 election cycles. It is in the 7th one that somebody like P2B came out. Before then, the other 6 election cycles, nobody who was Igbo featured in it. Igbos did not take their ball home and say, we're not going to vote in Nigeria. They did not say they're not going to vote. They continued voting people they felt were credible enough to lead the nation without expecting anything in return each election. But for once, a competent, please close your eyes, put a piece of cloth over your eyes. Don't look at P2B. Don't know that P2B is an Igbo man. But listen to P2B speaking, listen to Tinubu speaking, and listen to Atiku speaking. Who would you go for without knowing who they are, where they come from, or what they look like? Who would you go for? That is the question. Whose message is appealing more to you? Whose message gives you hope more? Whose message makes you believe that the country is still able to function? It is P2B. So what is wrong if a people come and say, we are supporting this person, not because he is our son, but because he appears to be the most competent as it is today to run this nation? And we see that, again, these people are right. Again, for the 6th time, they are right. What is wrong in this? Why must a Doyin Okukpe try to use ethnic dog whistle again in 2024? Somebody who sat with P2B, somebody who campaigned with P2B, somebody who was a DG of his campaign. What you are trying to reduce criticism of youth working for a government that has brought Nigerians to its knees is that the people, about 80% of people who are attacking you are from a certain ethnic, nationality. Is this necessary? Is it necessary? So if somebody who has sat, dined, and been with P2B could still have both this mindset, now imagine what is happening elsewhere where P2B is like like toxin to them. Honestly, we are not ready as a nation. Let me move the mic forward. Please, okay, Brodan, go ahead. After let's go to Chitility because I know you've been trying to come up since. Go ahead, Brodan.
Okay, thank you, Grandmaster. And thank you for this opportunity. Please, what I want to say is this. Let nobody be discouraged. Let nobody be discouraged. P2B won 2023 election. P2B
100%.
won.
100%. It's not even in dispute.
Yes, P2B won 2023 election clearly, but the establishment will not let that be. And that happened. So nobody, all this one we're talking about. I wonder how many people voted for APC or even Tinubu. Majority of Yoruba we are talking about, they knew better. We have 2 types of Yorubas, and one is majority, and the other one is few. And those other few are the Tinubu rascals. I lived in Lagos all my life. I grew up in Lagos. So nobody would tell me about Tinubu. During his era, I was working in Marina International Bank in VI, and that was when Tinubu was the governor. Each time I close from work in VI, I will have to wait till 12 o'clock before the bus will leave Lagos Island to mainland because of flooding and traffic. So there was nothing tangible Tinubu did in Lagos that would warrant anybody to even when you come to Lagos Island. I worked in Fidelity Bank. In Fidelity Bank, I was in Idumota. Go to Idumota. All the Yorubas you have there, majority of them are feeding from the Igbos. If you go there and see how they work together like brothers and sisters, it is only the politicians that are dividing us. So let nobody tell you Yorubas are nice people, they are hospitable, they are good people. The only toxic among them are the Ronus, who are the Tinubu rascals, and they are very few. So all these ones they are doing around paying people to come online and begin to gaslight people, all those ones doesn't make sense. Let's continue what we are doing. The establishment will not give you room to bring in or to bet in new Nigeria like that. They won't give up. Go to P2B's manifesto. Look at the place he talked about wages and salary. He talked about the National Assembly and all those people and all the permanent secretary and all those ones, how their salary were going to be. The establishment, the National Assembly, the politicians will not allow that to happen, and they won't want somebody to come and cut them down. And that is what is happening. So let's not be discouraged. It's a long fight. As for Doyin, I have no problem with Doyin because I sympathize with him. He actually worked with P2B because sometimes when we have repented from our sin, the consequence of our sin will still follow us. He has a baggage. He has a problem. And once that problem began to happen, they reminded him they blackmailed him. And you remember when he had that issue, he wanted to clean himself. He dropped off as a director general from Labour Party. When he dropped off, I'm sure he wanted to salvage himself. And in salvaging himself, he has to make sure he see a way to go around it. And if I were him and somebody who is as deadly as he is, he would have just keep quiet and begin to see how to help himself, but not to come out and begin to gaslight the people he has been with. The same people he has said they are the best. Now he's going back to say they are the worst. Tinubu is the best thing to happen to Nigeria. So these are the kind of people we have in Nigeria, but I don't want us to begin to be so hard on him. Let's not be too hard on him. He has a baggage. He wants to salvage himself from all the EFCC and whatever that is the baggage he's carrying. And if you watch for every one of them, they have a baggage. Every one of them, they have a baggage. There is no one of them. And if you check Showore, if you see the reply, the response Showore gave him when he was complaining that 80% of this, Showore came up and said something. These are the kind of people we'll have in Nigeria who want the establishment to continue. And even for Doyin Okube to come in and begin to compare South Africa and begin to talk about politics of no enemy, no friend, no enemy, only interest that remains. And he was talking about ANC and DA forming alliance. ANC is an establishment party in South Africa. The same thing with DA. So I was asking him, why didn't ANC form alliance with EFF? Was it possible for ANC to form alliance with EFF? That was not possible because EFF have a different ideology like the Obedience has. So please, I'm encouraging every one of us, let's just stay focused. Let's leave these people. We can respond to them, we can talk to them, but let us dwell on them too much because these people, they know what they are doing. Many of them are paid. They are paid. That's their salary. That's where they are taking their wages from. So if we begin to just talk about Doyin Okupe from morning to night, look at him. Go and watch his tweets. He doesn't even have the heart to stay strong on what he think he believes. Now he's talking about loving, hating, loving, hating. I love Southeast. I have made friends. I've done this and done that. But meanwhile, you have gaslighted them. You have said something that wasn't really nice. So please, he has a baggage and he wants Tinubu to just redeem him. And I think that is the problem he's having. So please, let's stay focused and encourage ourselves and begin to do what we're doing. New Nigeria will come. New Nigeria will come. I believe that because the way it is happening today, just go to the market and see what is happening. I live in United States. How much was I spending as even when the worst Buhari was there? But now everything has tripled. I have to walk and walk and walk and walk and make sure that the people down there are taking care of themselves. So please, my brothers and sisters, let's just stay focused. Grandmaster, thank you for the opportunities. And every other person, Harry, thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. I see everything you're doing. Everything you're doing, and that's what we must continue to do. All these people, they know what they are doing. I will must continue to fight them and fight them until bring them to their knees. Our children will not suffer. We continue to see how they tell us this will happen. You are the future of tomorrow. How old am I today? I never saw the future of tomorrow. And my children are still going to face the same thing. And these people, they are just living large, going everywhere as if nothing has happened, as if everything is okay.
Brother, just
And yet,
brother.
So please, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you, and I will keep getting in touch, and we keep getting focused and getting other people. People are interested in seeing that Nigeria has a good place. Nigeria is a good place. We suffer here in the United States. You see the way we suffer here. It's not like that in Nigeria. If everything were to be going on normal, but because of all these thieves, these criminals, it won't happen. But I hope God will help us to continue to fight and new Nigeria will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, bro Dan. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm gonna see that US of beg. Give us that US of beg. A lot of people go even do fasting and prayer for that US offer. It's the way they say the way that they suffer for America. My brother, forget that matter, beg. Forget that matter. Thank you. Thank you very much, bro Dan. Let me
Thank you,
just
sir.
say let me just say that I have never actually I've never been actually interested in Toyin Okupe, even while he was DG of the campaign. I have never really talked about him. I don't think you will see any tweet of mine where I ever mentioned Toyin Okupe. You know, I just saw him as somebody who was there with Peter Obi trying to help, but I didn't expect he was going to, end up like this. That said, I mean, I'm only going to talk about Toyin Okupe today, and that's just about that. I feel like this is a shameful behavior coming from somebody who's supposed to know better. If you want to apologize, if you want to, make amends, delete the tweet, forget the entire, rigmarole about you loving these people. This is not, nobody cares about your love. What we want is a functional Nigeria. Me, I don't give a damn about doing Okupe's love. You can go and love anybody, consign me. I want a working Nigeria. So keep your love to yourself. Join hands with every other well-meaning Nigeria. Let's get ourselves out of this mess. That's all I'm asking. Thank you, my brother. So let me just allow Chidility to go. After Chidility, please, Kenny, and then we'll go to God's will, because she's the only lady here. So Chidility, go ahead, and let's have Kenny after that. And then
Yeah, my brother. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
yeah, let's make it 4 minutes, my brother. I got the time.
Okay. No, no. Let me ask this question. The last speaker, my brother
Oh, sorry,
spoke
hold on.
well.
Touch here, my brother. No vex, so no vex, no vex. I see you left. You're supposed to go next, so no be shy. You know that to manage this thing a day a little bit difficult sometimes. Sometimes you overlook people, especially if they don't have the
Let
handle.
him go. Let him go. Let him go.
He has left. But if you can hear me, Churchy request the mic again. You speak next. All right, go ahead. Chidility.
So the question I always ask ourselves: see these politicians. Have you ever seen any of them, despite no matter how no matter how they disagree with each other, to tell you how they rig elections? They don't do it. They can never do it because of what? They always know there is a meeting point where they come together and agree on one thing to fight their common enemy. And who are the enemy? Those who want a better Nigeria. Go and watch it very well. The last speaker spoke well. He said he has a baggage. There's nobody. Go and check the background. Nobody who is fighting PW today that does not have a court issue or who worked with Jonathan. He has embezzled money and he knew that they will come for him, or he wants to come back to Nigeria. He has been an exile during after Jonathan period to Buhari till now. We know all of them. So when you see them speaking against Peter Obi, is because Obi is the only candidate standing right now that is fighting to dismantle the foundation. Don't be surprised to see Atiku tomorrow coming to attack Peter Obi because he might go and have an agreement with him to make him a president in the next after 2027. It will happen. So for me, all of us here, we have worked hard individually to earn a living, to take care of our kids. We don't depend on government. We don't have, I don't have anybody working in government to defend any leader. And that is why I can speak against anybody. And that is why they would never want you to associate with them. So when you keep hearing, we fought civil war, I fight for democracy, it's still the same group of people. When you hear Kaba, Kaba is not just people in Asorok. There are employed Kaba who is outside Asorok. So no matter how they disagree within themselves, when they see an outsider coming to take back those opportunity they are using, they team up together and say, Grandmaster, we fought democracy together in 1900 and 90 days. Are we going to allow these people to come and destroy our effort? This is time to benefit. Can we unite together? You see, they come together and begin to fight those guys. And that is what happened between Arabambi and Aburi. They've been fighting Abure. What happened? When they seize, they cannot penetrate. The Abure is having problem with Obedient. Obedient want to take over Labour Party. They united. They remember they fought for Labour Party in the 80s. So my brother, if we are not seeing the truth in Nigeria today, we need to wake up. Forget Doyokwe. I don't want to really say much about him because I'm not surprised. There's no way you expect him to be neutral. He has a court case. They can bring, and in fact, the judgment was against him. So there is how he will behave. They will open that case again. He might go to jail. So it's all the game. The other guy went to EFCC because of spray money. He came out. What did he do? He granted an interview. He began to speak against his own people. There are so many Doyokube in Southeast. This is not about Yoruba or Northern Nigeria. There are so many Doyokube in Southeast. If you give them chance, they will come out and destroy Peter Obi to get political relevance. And that is why we did not see them unite together to fight Southeast or spread hate against Igbos when Obasanjo was there, when the North, the South, and Southeast was voting for OBJ. We came together and voted. Nobody shouted, Igbo is this, right? When Yaradua came, we did the same thing. Nobody shouted, Igbo this, right? Have you asked yourself, why is it coming during Buhari down to Tinubu? Now is Igbo, they are hating no, is Kaba. Okay, I don't hate anybody and I will never hate any tribe. That's me. But let's be specific here. We are fighting Kaba that fought those nationalists that got us independent. Go and check their record. Those who got this independent, these guys actually fought them. Go and check the record. It's there. Awolowo is no more there. Abiola is no more there. A lot of them. Go and check the history. So please, I'm begging all of us here, the time is up. Let's continue firing. As far as I'm concerned, the revolution we are liberating ourselves it will continue. When they see nothing to fight, they will go for tribalism. And that's the only weapon they have. Let's find a way to defeat them without tribalism. And when we defeat them, we have defeated them finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidelity. Thank you very much. So let's move the mic forward quickly. So Kenny, you go. And sorry, Peculiar. After you, sorry, Kenny, then Peculiar. Sorry, Kenny Peculiar. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Grandmaster, and everyone on the space. What I wanted to say is, I think every obedience should, beat their chest and be very, very proud of what they are doing. I said that because one is we have been able to, expose everybody's nyasha, to show exactly who they are, one by one, whether it's in Igbo land, whether it's in the north, whether it's in the southwest. We are now seeing everybody for actually who they are. And many people will also, we will expose many more. Second reason why I say we should be very proud is I think these people now actually, if not the obedience, I won't be surprised if, a violent protest or war would have started in Nigeria. These guys wouldn't have cared to start a war. And I think it's the obedience that is still binding Nigeria together as we speak. Because these guys are all out. What they have said that we have been able to, calm down and fight it and calm everything down is things they say in the past that has caused a very big destruction in Nigeria. They have said things that is what they have said now is even worse than what they said before. But we have, been able as obedience to, follow them one by one and make sure that there is no violence that happened in Nigeria so far. So we should, praise ourselves and be happy for what we have done so far. We're a wrecking ball in Nigeria. P2B is also a wrecking ball in Nigeria, and they will not rest. That's just how I see it. They are very restless because they know who won the election. They are restless because they are scared of next election, even with their criminality, with all their embezzlement of all the funds in Nigeria, literally putting it in their pocket. But they are still scared. And that's why they cannot rest. They cannot go to bed and just close their eyes because of the landslide that P2B, the rate of landslide that P2B did in the last election. That's what is giving them restless. They are ready to continue to share the money. Nigeria is in the situation of Lagos. Now, Lagos is the people of Lagos. They have been defeated the same way Nigeria has just been defeated, looking for who's going to rescue them out of their kidnappers. So that's just how I see the situation, and they're going to be running around using Nigerian embezzled funds to continue to, hire more people, bring more people to their camp, hold some people hostage that already have a criminal record in order to cause. Like I say, I repeat again, these people are ready to even cause a war to make sure they remain in power. But it's up to us here to continue to hold their feet on fire and every day by day. So everyone that comes up on the space should be very, very proud. Don't feel you have wasted a minute speaking on these issues and holding their feet on fire. I just want to appreciate everyone for doing that. Thank you so much, my brother Grandmaster. I appreciate you even for holding up, saying that, we are no more. The Igbos, we are not going to sit back anymore. And these people will use us as a scapegoat all the time. We're going to speak up. We're going to define ourselves, and we're going to stand up really, really hard, very tall. And I appreciate you, Grandmaster, for doing that. And many of us are standing to fight back when they want to use us to disintegrate Nigeria and cause violence. We are the reason why that has not happened today. So I appreciate you once again. Thank you for everyone on the space.
Sir Kenny, thank you, my guy. I greet you, man. Happy Father's Day to you, my brother. So yeah, thank you. Let's move forward very quickly. Let's go to Peculiar. We have got to, and we'll go to Colade, and then we'll go to Kadiko. Sorry, Daniel. Daniel, I don't forget you, Sha. No vex, I beg. Let's have the Peculiar, God's will. Then we'll have Daniel and Colade, please. In that order. Peculiar, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Grandmaster. And I want to say good day to everyone on this space. I want to thank you very sincerely and to all the contributors. I want to say this, and I will be talking from personal experience. I am a full-fledged Yoruba boy, and I want to say that there is bad people everywhere, both in the east, in the south, everywhere. The likes of Donyo Okupe is everywhere, and the heat from this old order, the heat from this evil that is going on in Nigeria today. An average Nigerian is selfish. I told them then during the elections, they called us bastard, and some of them are begging for money today. I told God then, since I didn't have hand in this evil that is going on in Nigeria, see the way you take me out of this. And it took me out of Nigeria without spending a dime. Today they are there, and God has helped me and my family. Now I want to say this. When my sister Shidelity was talking about packing something in Yoruba land, I once worked in Hihiala and I knew what I suffered. People stood to lie against me for what I didn't do. And when I had somebody that could go speak for me at the headquarters, he told me, sorry, I cannot speak against my people. It will be betraying my people. So I didn't support PO because of where he came from. I supported him and still supporting him because of his integrity. Everyone that is not feeding from this old order, you will see them supporting what is good. But as many that are still eating from this old order, they are the ones fighting the obedience and fighting PO. Do you know that an average Nigerian overseas today, they are happy that the dollar, the pounds is rising, and they said that with when this thing is rising like that, we just send more money home for people to eat. And when we have this mindset, you begin to ask yourself, when are we going to come out of this evil in Nigeria? And I want to say this as I drop the mic. Let us please begin to think about this. If after all is said and done, it is going to be by revolution. These people will not let it go. They know that what do you call it? Money without enterprise will be the thing of the past should PO enter. That is why every thief is fighting PO. You never see anybody legitimate that has integrity fighting this man. We became something else on the street, but thank God today that we can stand and beat our chest that we stood for what is right. And today, all of them are begging and they are crying. I want to drop the mic here. Please let us take away this issue of maybe there are some bad people. It is everywhere. Let us see how we come out of this. How do we fight every Ogunpe in all the social political zones, and Nigeria will become a better place? There is nowhere like home. Thank you very much, Grandmaster.
Thank you very much, Peculiar. I agree with you wholly and completely. There are bad people everywhere. You understand? I will keep on saying it. I mean, who was one of the first people that came to disparage Peter Obi and his efforts was in Nigeria? It was Soludo, governor of Anambra State. You understand? We know what Chimaruki did on the streets, right? So I would like to believe that, what we are fighting is beyond tribe. It is actually, a calculated effort by a certain group of elites in this country to forever keep Nigerians, or under perpetual penury, because it actually favors them more. And I feel like doing Okukwe is also a beneficiary of such corrupt system, because a man who jumps from one person he's supposed to date to another person who is a polar opposite that person shows no integrity. Rather, just like he said, government is a politics of interest. And Doyin Okukwe has gone to where his interest is being represented. Thank you very much, my brother. So let me move to the next speaker. Please, I might not forget. I think it's supposed to be God's will, and then Daniel, and then Dr. Kolade. I see Sir Obiareri is here with us. I would also like to prioritize him. So after God's will, please, then let's have Daniel and Kolade, and we'll have him. Thank you very much. God's will, go ahead. Let's make it 3 or 4 minutes.
All right, Grandmaster. Special greetings to everyone on the space. Thank you, Grandmaster, for hosting the space. Thank you, GRB, PRO. Uncle Obiari, greetings to you, sir.
Thank you.
Greetings to everybody. Nice to be here. And happy Father's Day to all the great fathers in the building. Thank you, guys. Dele Farotimi, Uncle Dele Farotimi, some time ago on his YouTube program, he said, fools get old or fools grow old. From all we've seen so far, are some sets of people who have been foolish like almost all their lives. And because we've never had the opportunity to really look at these people for who they truly are, we see them as heroes. And like Uncle Dele Farotimi also said, he said, thank God for Tinubu. I say, thank God for Tinubu, because if not for the arrival of this man, we would never have known that a Daddy Gio who once told us to pray and work because an economy was way better than what it is now, will come and be telling us today that our problem is spiritual and that we have to pray. And now we are calling him to come. Let's do that the same prayer work he did during the Goodluck Jonathan when fuel was less than 100 naira. He's nowhere to be found. If not for people like him, we would not know that someone like Doyin Okupe exists. We would not know that we have the so-called Nobel laureate existing in our space. Today, insecurity is ravaging the whole of Nigeria. An influential man has been kidnapped in Ikoyi, the same Ikoyi where Tinubu lives. Since he entered Aso Villa, now Ikoyi Tinubu, they go celebrate one celebration or the other. If I am not mistaken, the man is in Borderland right now in Ikoyi, and the MD of LG has been kidnapped. According to People's Gazette, bandits kidnapped that guy. Our security architecture has been breached to us in a way that we don't even understand. And these people claiming to be elder statesmen are not talking about it. If a man like LGMD can be picked by bandits, who else is saving Nigeria? But no, these fools that grow old will not talk about it. Hardship is killing Nigerians as we speak. Today is Salah. The whole place be like graveyard. Because indeed, the ever incompetent Tinubu has destroyed the purchasing power of Nigerians. Everyone is looking like nothing is happening. These so-called elder statesmen are not talking about this. They are talking about the man who is on his own jejely, using his hard-earned money to alleviate Nigerians from the hardship they have bestowed on us as Nigerians. Thank God for Ma'am Aisha tweet that was able to list many people that have been supported by the Southeasterners. And P.O. son is obvious. Nobody supported him because he's from Southeast. Nobody. Urobo where Abirobo ge. Ogene biko Abirobo. Abi Urobo Okowa is my governor at the time. He was supporting Atiku. I look the man. What do you don't do? Why should I support you because you're running as a vice president? I went for the man that is competent, and that is P.O. I did everything that I've never done before in an election because I saw a man that embodies the kind of Nigeria that I want for myself and my unborn children. And one person, because you have done something and they're chasing you, you're coming to paint this same person who never for once, all through the campaign, he never said, vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. He never said, vote for me because I'm a Christian. He never said, vote for me because I'm a billionaire. He never said, vote for me because of this. He said, put all of us together and look at us. The one you can trust is the person you should go for. Today, investors are running away from Nigeria. They are not coming because of the person's personality that is sitting in Aso Villa. These men are not talking about it. They are talking about a PO. They are bringing tribalism. Emiloko is the slogan of Tinubu. Where is the slogan of Obi during the election? Atiku told his people, vote for me because I'm a northerner. Where is the one Bill said? He never said anything like that. But when you have done it wrong and maybe your past is chasing you, you will come and say Peter Obi. You will come and say him. You come and say he's tribalistic. But if I ask you, just show me one thing that have made him to be tribal. You can't say. Fellow Nigerians, we the youth, I want to congratulate us. Because some of us don't see and say, these guys, they don't mean well for us. And for the few that are yet to understand what is really going on, it is my prayer that your eyes will be open. Nigeria have all it takes to be among the world powers in the world. But because of people like this who want to keep us down, we are where we are right now. Tinubu is borrowing and consuming. No roadmap on how he's going to pay back is on you and me. And these so-called elders are not talking about it. Guys, please, P.O. is the man. Whether you're from the northeast, anywhere, Nobody is buying bread cheaper. Right now, tomatoes not the Nigerian market. If you manage see 5 seed, when in face be like, wait, I know, no, they'll tell you 1,000 naira. You don't get choice, you go buy because you have to survive. We need this man. So let nobody in the name of useless elder statesman, this as in remove your focus from your focus. Stay focused, everybody, because a brand new Nigeria is possible, and by God's grace, it's gonna come. I just don't know how it will, but I know it's coming. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, God's will, alone for Nigeria. I just posted something on the Jumbotron, guys. It's a video that was posted by Nwada. Take a look at that video. It is front of the current president of Nigeria's house. Scores of people are standing in front of the house. Today is Salah, and looking and waiting for what to eat. But one thing you notice about this video is this: the numbers have increased. The numbers have increased. I repeat, the numbers. It doesn't used to be like this. Before, we used to see like maybe 20, 30 people. Take a look at that video. This is the reality facing us as a country today. But no, Doyin Okukwe is more interested in attacking people, calling and sectionalizing people who are trying to criticize him for twerking left and right for this failure. And the audacity to compare what is going on in South Africa to the brazen theft, robbery that we saw here in this country called an election. It tells me that we have a very long way to go, but it's very unfortunate this is the reality facing us as a people. Let me move the mic forward. Please, Daniel, you have the mic. Let's keep it at 4 minutes, my brother.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, my brother, I can hear you. Go ahead. You were in South Africa, Daniel. Please, how was the election? How many ballot boxes did they snatch in South Africa?
Maybe sure for you now. Come and snatch ballot box. Even Malema, who was complaining, you heard him 2 days ago saying that the election was actually very, very peaceful and calm. He just wanted to create a scene after making a lot of noise. In the whole of, we didn't hear any ballot snatching. We didn't hear beating people up. We didn't hear anything. Students voted. Everybody queued, waited for their time to vote. He did not do mago. See, let me tell you guys something. See, Africans have left us behind. Other African countries have left us behind. See, all those days we used to make noise, but we are no longer any giant of any Africa. You understand? Because you cannot be giant when you have charlatans governing your space. So the earlier we know this and we kick these charlatans out of government, the better for us. Sugarcoating this and being political correct will not help us. I'm not surprised about Donyi Okukwe. Donyi Okukwe is just a typical Nigerian politician. And there's also something I want us to understand. See, nobody changed overnight. Donyi Okukwe, we know his character when he was when he worked under Obasanjo and then thereafter under GEG. Obasanjo beat him up at some point because he said this guy is very, very dishonest and insincere. I'm not the one making this up. Junaid Mohammed made this statement almost a decade ago. I've forgotten the year he made this statement. Until date, Donyi Okukwe have not refuted that statement. You see, Obasanjo beat him up in Aso Rock because of his character. Do we talk about how he behaved under Jonathan's administration? Then this also gives a point at why Jonathan could not win his second term bid. Because look at the characters, look at the people who call themselves the so-called media aides of Jonathan, Donyi Okukwe, Reno Mokere, what's this other guy's name? The one that works for Arise TV. I've forgotten his name again. That used to join them in the morning show. What's his name again? Say it again. Abati, yes. These are not trustworthy people. These are people who anywhere belly-face politicians. And I don't think we can use these people to champion any change in Nigeria. So it's not about what he's saying today. I remember under Jonathan's administration, the same Donyi Okukwe called Professor Ben Nwabeze. Some of you don't know that Ben Nwabeze is actually one of the few lawyers who wrote the current constitution in the 1999. He's a constitutional lawyer. He called out Jonathan's administration. He said that Nigeria is drifting toward a failed state. And then he was asking Jonathan's government to do better. At the time, it was in 2013, at the time Wabeze made this statement, Nigeria was ranking number 12 in Google's failed nation index. Nigeria was ranking number 12. So the few people behind us were just Somalia, I think Congo, and many other few countries, all in Africa. I think Afghanistan and Afghanistan and Yemen. But then, guess what Donyokwe said? Donyokwe jumped in. His response is that Wabeze is very irresponsible. Can you imagine? This is what the response we are giving to an elder statesman. Yeah, he's very irresponsible. I still remember that Igbo youth movement called on him to retract that statement. Till date, he did not retract that statement. So if people are calling him out on social media, they are not doing anything new. They are doing exactly what Doni Okwe have done for years. I think there's this problem with Nigerians when they feel like, oh, because I am older than you, automatically my wrongs no longer count. It's only your own wrong that counts. Doni Okwe have insulted many Nigerians, prominent Nigerians, those who have paid with their lives, those who have paid with their resources in defending Nigeria. Let Doni Okwe come and tell me the sacrifice he has made for Nigeria. Then I will show him 1,001 Nigerians who have been on the street, who have made more sacrifices than him. If we want to build a nation, let's build a nation. We are not talking about conducting an election. We are talking about the process. We are talking about the fact that a charlatan, someone who has a criminal record, not just in Nigeria, international, should not be the president of Nigeria. We cannot condone it, because if we condone it, it simply means that we are supporting evil. And how do you want the world to respect us? Imagine some of you who are abroad always complaining that, oh, they don't want Nigerians to come to their country. How do you expect that your president is a criminal and then you want other countries to elect you into their country? How do you expect that a drug lord is the president of your country and you want other people to give you welcome home, hey, welcome to our country? Even if they have given you a passport, they will be looking at you one eye like, this guy could be a criminal. And you're telling me, oh, after election,
just round up, my brother,
that we should shield, and then you are now supporting me. No problem. It's better. Please, let me say it right now. If you are in the obedient movement or you are in any movement, please don't use obedient movement to take any cover. Come out with your chest. Support who you want to support. Come out with your chest. Support who you want to support. Let's stop doing this politics of black and white. Today it favors me. Today, if it doesn't favor me, I go this side. Let's know where you stand, please. Because this is not how we are going to build this nation. Nigeria is falling apart. Every single thing that is bonding Nigeria today have shattered. And we cannot fix it by being politically correct. By trying to sound woke. We are going to fight it head on. Criminals should not be allowed in political spaces. Even if we are going to be 2 or 3, let's stand for the truth and let's fix this country once and for all. Today, I'm calling on each and every one of you, don't allow yourself to be bullied by old charlatans, by old criminals who cannot stand for anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother Daniel. Thank you very much. So let's move very quickly to Egbokolade, then we'll go to Sabiarare. So please, Egbokolade, have the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, my brother. Good morning to you. I've been listening. I greet everyone. Okay, let me just start by making this clear. Doyo Pupi is someone that, let me see, is a politician, and we should see him as a politician. And to my people, Grant, I really want to thank you because I've noticed this. You always stand up to speak up in the face of injustice. So I give it to you anytime. So this is it for me, obedience. We need to understand when people are doing things for their selfish interest. And we need to know when they are doing things because of, in quotes, because of the collective people, the tribe, of the collective people from their tribe. Doyin does not speak for the Yoruba tribe. He doesn't. The same way Peter Obi does not speak for the Igbo tribe. The same way no single individual speaks for a tribe. Okay. So when you see someone come out to say something, if he says anything that offends you, go after him. Speak your mind. Nobody will hold you for that. What it said, what Doyin said, he said it intentionally for his political gain. There's a tone of politics to it. I will remind you, obedience. I think we always forget so quickly. Go and listen to Fayoshe. Fayoshe is the typical Yoruba man. Go and listen to him when they were doing the election period. It made it clear. They all know now that there is fire on the mountain. They cannot survive what is coming. If obedience was still standing on their feet 1 year after, and it's just like yesterday, and these guys are not backing down, you think they can sleep? You think they don't have high blood pressure? You think they are not like closing around to like, you know what? Our common enemy right now is just this single group of people with their principal. That is all they know right now. So if they know that, they will do everything. This is just the beginning. And they know one thing they can use. The only thing you cannot go and bring allegation of people who fact check you. Obedience will come and tell you, no, this is it. So the only thing they can do is to bring tribal sentiments into whatever. So we are still going to see more of this. So we should not be shocked. We are going to see more of this. So we should prepare our mind for more of this to come. So as such are coming, we have a good response to them. It should not deter us. It should not make us feel, oh, if you talk, they will think you are attacking it. No, you're not attacking any tribe. Attack that person that is saying it, and always make it clear to him that you are the bigot. Yoruba is not about, don't generalize Yorubas, don't generalize Igbos. So what we are crucifying him for is trying to generalize Igbos, like, oh, everybody from this Igbo tribe are this. No. So the same thing applies to every tribe. So for me, I'm just seeing this man as someone who is just trying to just like, I don't know, maybe resurrect his dead political career. And I'm glad all these are happening, because if he had not done this, if we've not seen this part of him, it would have been one of those that I know would be calling the shots if Peter Obi had won. That's the honest truth, whether we like it or not. But thank God that we got to this stage, that we all can see who these people really are right now. So as it is, my people, it's just a wake-up call for us like to buckle up and know that more of this would come, and be ready, be prepared to like tackle it heads on. Doing or not doing, nobody has the right to bring tribal sentiments into their tweet. And if they bring it, you give it back to them as goes. What they ask for is what they will get. So doing is somebody I respect. He's in quotes an elderly man, and he's in quote, he has been in power, so he has his political choice. Nobody contests that. He has the right to go and support whoever he wants to support, but he should not turn his tweet into political. He should not make it a political. Yeah, he should not make it into tribal. He should not bring tribal sentiment into it. That is what I would not accept from him. So God help him, and God help him through his diverse cases, and how to also still remain relevant within the political cycle. And remember, it's not just him. If you look closely, you also see some big PDP, whatever, that controls Lagos. They are also now changing tone. So that tells you that these people are consolidating in their evil ways. They are consolidating in their way of oppressing the people. They are consolidating power. So it is us. We are the only chance to rescue this country, and we must not back down. It is time to like raise them. We need to raise it now. We need to raise the tempo right now, so that they all feel the heat, so that we won't get anything as a shocker again. Nobody we are now dismantling anything that has to do with is Igbo this, is Igbo that. They know they will get a response. It's not Igbo. It's not only Taubi. Is not a quote an Igbo agenda. It's the Nigeria agenda. I am a typical Yoruba boy, and I stand for that. Grandmaster is hosting the space, and at least it's not only Igbos that are speaking on the space. I've heard different people from different parts of the country speaking on the space this morning, and we're all saying the same thing. Nobody can use tribal sentiment again to divide us. So that is it, my people. Thank you. By you.
Thank you very much, Uncle Kolade. Thank you so much. I'm very happy that under that tweet, Nigerians are telling him exactly how they feel. Nigerians from all walks of life. It is very, very disingenuous, you understand, to sectionalize pain, to sectionalize suffering, to sectionalize what Nigerians are going through. And if people criticize you, you try to make it about a certain section of people not liking you. No, 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 we are not going to take it anymore. It's 2024. It is either we die saving this country, right? Or we call it a day and let us just give it up. Thank you very much. So, Sir Obiarere, please, you have the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. Dino Kupe, just like the average Nigerian politician, is an establishment person. And I'm surprised some people are saying, oh, I have respect for Dino Kupe and all those stuff. Let me tell us the truth. I have no single respect for 99.5% of the current political class in Nigeria from 1999 till now. And I will explain why. Sometimes when we try to delineate these people based on political line, we make mistake about who they are. 80% of those in APC today, we are in PDP. Let us not make mistake. Most of those in PDP jump to APC and jump back to PDP. The average Nigerian politician have no conscience, they have no scruples, they have no integrity, they have no compassion, no empathy. Just like Satan, their father, they only think about what to loot, what to steal, who to kill, and who to dissemble. And when you catch them, when they are being exposed for who they are, their filthiness, their lack of integrity, they will try to turn it into an ethno-religious slaw thing, because that is the only way they can gain ground. Because of the deliberate policy in Nigeria to impoverish Nigerians and stop most of them from having knowledge. I always said this thing. Even the scripture says, in all your gettings, get wisdom and understanding. For the wisdom is the principal thing. And getting wisdom and understanding is different from having a PhD. Because in 2014, 2015, PhD holders, people that won Nobel Prize, people that you would think by IQ level that they will be up there, rallied round to support and regain a man that in same climes is not even qualified enough to take care of a chicken, a poultry farm. And that is the truth. And why did they do it? They did it from that. There were diverse reasons that they gave. Yes, they accused Jonathan of very, very weak. But those of us who are old enough in Nigeria, I was 9 years old when Buhari struck. I was in primary school when he became the head of state of Nigeria with the barrel of the gun and everything for 18 months and thereabout that he was head of state. Nigeria went into, for the first time, Nigeria went into massive recession. Not even during the Civil War did Nigeria go into recession. It was under Buhari that we saw such massive depth of hunger in the land that soldiers were breaking into people's shops to steal their goods so that to feed people. He was such a clueless man that the man, the real strength behind the power was Tunde Diabon. Babangida then waited for Tunde Diabon to leave, the smart one among the two, for them to kick him out. And for the period he was out of power, Buhari never went to school, never added one jot of knowledge to himself, never wrote any book, not even a diary. But this guy is deliberately rallied around him because he always come to the party with 12 million Almajiri votes. Votes of illiterates, votes of people who cannot be able to think from their left to their right. These elitist bandits gathered around him and he became president and they mopped him up for 8 years. Dino Kupe was the chief spokesman of Jonathan. Reno Mokri was there. All of them were. They couldn't defend that. They were swallowed up by the APC mad dogs, both off and on the social media. They are all angry because the obedience have outmatched them, have outplayed them, and have kicked them out of every space. So what you see them doing is that the only thing they play on is to drive this ethno-religious wage. They do it because they know that on a very, very good scale, over 50% of Nigerians are not truly literate. Even some people that when you hear them talk, you begin to wonder, this guy happens to be a PhD holder. How did he acquire this PhD? Because his simple interrogation, P2B is not a saint. But there is something about Peter that is out there. I took out time to read Chimamanda's piece about Peter, and it aptly captured the man himself. Peter may not even be the perfect thing for Nigeria, but Peter ranks high there above the average Nigerian politician out there in terms of integrity, in terms of compassion, in terms of empathy, in terms of understanding that governance and government is all about the people and not about somebody's private pocket. The only man that came close was late Yar'Adua, the good man. It was, if not for e-health, if Yar'Adua had done 8 years, Nigeria wouldn't have been where we are today. You know, many people have not given kudos to Baba Obasanjo because of maybe some of the policies he played. Obasanjo is one man, the only truly detribalized Nigerian who really loved Nigeria in terms of loving Nigeria. I even heard when somebody talked about the Civil War, how compassionate he was, how he stopped many massacres that would have happened. Obasanjo will have made mistakes, but there's nobody who will look at Obasanjo's 8 years record and compare it to the madness that we have had since 2010 and not say that if we had the benefit of hindsight, we would have allowed Obasanjo even do third and fourth term. But today, look at where we are today. So I don't want anybody. Toyin Okume is just like the average Nigerian politician. Let me tell you what they are trying to do. As of today, Nigeria is in such deplorable debauched stage that everybody knows that in 2027, there's no amount of rigging that will make APC come back to power because it has gotten to that level. But what they are trying to do is they've looked at the average literacy level in Nigeria. And sometimes when I see most of these people, and if you look at it so painfully, those who engage in some of this ethnic slurring, religious, are the very poor. Doing Okpe is not poor in the real sense of it. But what is driving people like doing people like Daniel Bwala, people like it is greed. Greed, because let me tell you, poverty does not make a man or a woman who is properly trained and raised by his parents to do evil. I give you an example. I saw a video about an old poor woman. When the election that brought in Soludo was being called, APC was offering 20,000 for people to vote. The woman told them, I will not vote for you guys. I will vote for this man. A poor widow in the village. She was raised well. I heard of a woman, her son brought a car, a student. The woman rejected that car, rejected his money because there's no way a student can afford a car without any sort of livelihood. There are still people of value. And the majority of people of value are found in obedient movement. What they are trying to do is to put in ethnic wage, to put in religion. I always say to anybody who cares to listen, every tribe, every religion, every section of Nigeria, we have our fair share of the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I say to anybody who cares to listen, if by 2027, for whatever reason, P2B did not contest, and Akinwumi Adesina is on the ballot, even if you bring a thief from the southeast, or let me not just call, let me even mention them. If you bring somebody like Rocha Sokorocha, or Hope Uzodinma, or T. Eoji, or Itaso, and Peter said for him, whatever, he's not contesting, and Akinwumi Adesina comes 2027. Despite the fact that the Southwest have done 4 years, I will still vote Akinwumi Adesina. Because I know who I am and what I believe in. I believe in that P2B's mantra: competence, capacity, integrity, compassion, empathy. So guys, let us not waste our time discussing about this man. These guys, they know. Look at National Assembly. Over 39 people wrote on the back of P2B to get National Assembly House of Rep. How many of them went to Senate? Today, they've all blended. None of them is offering any critical opposition. They are sharing in the loot and all the criminality going on there. And I said to somebody, if I was in the National Assembly, or if I'm in the National Assembly today, there is no week I will not hold press conferences. In fact, they will suspend me tire. It's not possible now. But these guys are all united in their thievery, in their criminality, in their robbery. You know, we must all remain steadfast. And I said to anybody who can listen, within your spheres of influence, we are going to be tested. Something happened some months back, After everything, I have had calls many times, come and work with us. And of course, most of them know I will not. Somebody was telling me, oh, Joseph worked with Pharaoh. Oh, Daniel worked with Nebuchadnezzar. And I told them, I said, you guys don't know the people you're talking about. A Pharaoh was a wise man who knew that a slave boy who wasn't even an Egyptian was wise enough to tell him his dream and interpret it. And he gave him unfettered powers to do. These ones you agree with are not like Pharaoh. Pharaoh wasn't a criminal. Pharaoh wasn't a bandit. Nebuchadnezzar was a man who had vision. These ones have no vision. Their only vision is to steal, to kill, and to destroy. So anybody telling you, oh, go and work with them, I will share with them the ideas that will help them to do well. If they like, let them take it. If they like, let them leave it. But to sit on the same table with a devil, say you're using long spoon, you are wasting your time. These guys have no plan for Nigeria. They have no intention to fix this land. If you look at their activities, 90 billion for Hajj. I heard that they will be going to Mina in Saudi Arabia to go and stone at the devil. And I look at that hypocrisy. Look at the number of people that went to Saudi Arabia on the lesser Hajj. The criminals in the oil and gas industry. The thieves losing their state jack and fat. Now they are going to stone Satan, who is their father in looting. Does that make sense to you? They will be joining other honest and good Muslims to stone the devil. That to show you the level of wickedness in this land. So guys, we need to stay steadfast. The only thing I tell anybody who is an obedient or who believes in this is to remain steadfast, because a time of testing is coming. There was a time of testing in Babylon when even the professors, even the clergy, all of them bow to the golden image of Nebuchadnezzar. And it happened in Abuja. We can raise the golden effigy of Tinubu. And Wike was calling like the Chinese, calling people to bow. A lot of Nigerians are going to bow. But I want each and every one of us to remember that within that Babylon citadel, there was still a Shadrach, a Meshach, and a Abednego that refused to bow to the golden image of Bola Tinubu and Nyesom Wike and the rest of them. And many of us are going to suffer a lot of things. Even our lives will be tried. But the truth is, if we remain steadfast, the hour of deliverance of Nigeria is coming true. A time will come when the fourth man will step into our matter and Nigeria will get the deliverance. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Sir Obiarari.